last we left off, after having landed on the island of, what is it called again? Remark, the small village of Orin, and semi-recruiting a gnome by the name of Bruce, who has given you some ideas of how to attack potentially this pirate base that he used to work at. But while planning there, you also have another front to go to. The meeting with the Prime Minister of Silnia, Kirill Jarnhat, which you've already delayed for a day. But while waiting, while scheming, you decide to coalesce all the information you have, being within the Commission's lair, trying to theorycraft with the experts you have on hand. One Raxney Lucette and the physical avatar of a modern god, Cuxier, or what's his name? Fucking Kevin?
Kyle.
Kyle.
Kyle. Kyle Hump. And some theories were put out there, back and forth. Some experimentation. Raxney brings up some theories about how potentially this corruption spreads, which Kyle, quotations, theorizes perhaps the larger, more powerful corruption you guys are currently having encased in ice in front of you, may be infecting some facet of the soul, of how or why it affects magics, or like how magic can transmit the corruption. And the soul may be one answer for it, as apparently all magic, regardless of source, is transmitted through the soul at some point, a manifestation of a will, a window to the world. And as Raxney has offered to attempt to corroborate this theory, but I think you guys vehemently denied him. But he has infected himself with the minor variant of the corruption, which Chris pulled from his giant bag of corpses, I believe. So Raxney is currently infected with the weak strain. At some point during all of this, you actually contact the Archon, the previous leader of Hara, back when shit was popping off. It went AWOL a while ago. Seemingly not sure exactly what possessed her to accept a meeting, but she did at Eluine Kem Fele, which is one of the oldest forests/jungles on Hara. But you spend some time getting and setting up more meetings and more information. In the meantime, you decide to scout out the city of Silnia at this point too. Going to Gonic Grat to potentially recruit him, and if not, just using it as like a basis of operation to at least get the lay of the land of Silnia, what the situation is about. In the process, you discover that he's in fact still being watched by Greys for some reason, who you have some encounter with Zero. Zero just kind of falling around. At some point disappeared as you attempt to recruit Gonic Gratz, who very reluctantly and tenuously agrees to help you. You bring him to the Commission's lair, where he begins to set up what remains of his equipment and attempts to help however he can. I believe you got him a amulet of anti-scrying. But that is where we pick up with Gonic Gratz, the new addition to the research team up in the Howling Boughs, right in the Commission's lair. Mere feet away from a world-ending, apocalyptic creature. The corpse of one, at least. I did extend it to several paragraphs. But that is where we pick up. It is currently just before noon.
So we need to get back to Silnia.
Likely.
And I'm still low HP, right?
For this day, yes. It'll be done by tomorrow.
So who has the teleportation to get us back then?
I think y'all got a long rest, right? The
Yeah.
elves.
Oh, we did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. If that's the
Sorry.
case, yeah. Chris can do it.
Okay. We're going straight to Sylnia, right?
I don't see any reason to not do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how close we can get to where he's trying to meet up with us. That district. 'Cause I don't think we've ever been over there.
We have, but like not like it was on the train.
Yeah, you passed through. There wasn't really any reason for you to stick around there, and even then, the directions you got were in a 1/3 of entire city.
Can we get the Sylnia map?
Yeah. Like I pulled you out of the Sylnia map and just put you back on the world map, and now I need to put you back onto the Sylnia map again.
Yeah.
Alright, go.
Can you do me a favor next campaign?
What?
Can you make the maps? They don't have to be like dark mode, but can they just not be like bright white?
On a
like
white
this?
background, yeah.
Yeah, no, I've long given up that. The issue is that Sylnia's map is kind of set in stone now, and I can't really change it. So, yeah,
It's fine. We level the city, and it'll rebuild for the next.
Yeah, like the new city maps I've been making are like look like Miari, where they're actually colored. Yeah, that's what I've been doing now. But like, I made these a long time ago when that wasn't an option. So, I agree.
Maps of the new era.
Yeah. You have seen Miari's map, right? That looks great.
Well, we might be going there today, so if we haven't, we might.
I'm sure if we go to Grad's house, I mean, we could go to Grad's house and then.
Yeah, I mean that was just like somewhere in here, right?
I believe it's where your current icon is now.
Oh, over here. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a walk, but we can do it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll hold our hand the entire way.
Yeah, if you're not trying to hide.
I'm not trying to hide. Okay.
We do need to grab Gonnig his stuff, though.
Oh yeah. That's
that's
true.
right. So we should just teleport
photo.
back to his shit. Yeah, just go to his house.
Just
But we
spoon the
didn't
entire
fucking burn it down.
contents of his house. into a
Well,
bag.
yeah. Well, no, he just wants his equipment, right?
Yeah. Okay, but you teleport to Garnet Grat's house?
Yeah.
Okay, did any pick up anything from Garnet Grat's house?
Claudine did.
Oh yeah, you got the vial of Arcandium.
And
who's coming with us, by the way? Are Claudine and Zia coming, or are they staying behind?
I believe Claudine is coming. I believe Zia is not, for reasons I don't remember.
Maybe
Oh, the immortality thing would just be like, maybe don't reveal that to Sylvia.
Right, okay. Yeah, they don't know she exists yet, so that's good. Well, they don't know how she exists yet.
Did we? Okay, I know because earlier there was a different discussion with Claudine about a different situation where she was like, I'll be fine, I can handle myself. Did we have a conversation with her at any point about her needing to be there for the Sylnia meeting?
I
think she offered to like watch our backs or whatever, but
yeah,
I'm like, I don't know.
I believe she said that like she doesn't technically need to be present at the meeting, but she could be around because she's sneaky. She a wogue. She's a wogue that can blend in with shadows now. It's like, you know, if something does pop off, she can be nearby.
I guess I just get so worried that she's gonna hit the fan.
She's a level 17 adventurer. Like, fuck. She's fine.
Yeah, but we're level 23.
And we're dealing with Sylnia, who has means of like blocking magic and shit like that, and you know also guns and greys that are very deadly.
We're going straight into the explosion zone.
No, we aren't. What?
Yeah, we're going into the explosion zone. That was the meeting spot, right?
He just
Oh.
said the
The stockpile.
stockpile.
Oh, I thought the explosion zone was in the cogworks. Never mind. I might be eating those words. Uh-oh.
Might be going to the explosion zone. Okay, yeah, I'll give you a guess. I think Chris went to explosion zone one time just to see what was there, and it was just like a bunch of bombed out ruins and like what looks like a trench warfare in World War II, like a giant mud flat that's just like pockmarked with shell impacts, basically. But yeah. Okay, but Chris or whoever wants to teleport to Greg's house.
No, I think it's gonna have to be Chris.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so as you gather everyone together, the three of you plus Claudine, you warp space, turning into an infinitesimally small pinprick in time and space before unfolding and reappearing, using the focus of the vial of Arcanium that has been a long time. Not Arcanium, was it? Jamming Jam. Which I guess technically works, you're not using it. Even then, you could just focus on the vial. Using that as the focal point to teleport back into Gondagratz's house in the basement where Claudine nicked it the first time.
Once we have that, like after Chris is done using it for teleportation, let's give that to Riley just so it doesn't get nicked off of me or Chris.
That's a great idea.
Claudine has pretty good perception too.
Yeah, but I'm better.
Make a persuasion check.
What, against the DM?
Against Claudine.
Okay, fine. Persuasion. It's a good thing I'm good at those.
It's true.
Show me a nat one.
Are you saying?
That is just
19.
about the opposite.
19 plus 11. 30. Okay. Claudine kind of grimaces a little bit, holding the vial. She just kind of squints at you, Riley, and just kind of holds out the vial of jamming jam.
Riley will he'll hold it his palm.
And she's kind of, with pain in her face and anguish in her soul, she drops the vial in your hands.
And Riley will put that in the bag of holding.
Yeah. I should note, now that Gondagratz is working more or less full-time on the Research of the Dragon, there may not be any more jamming jam left. Period.
So this is our last one.
Possibly. Unless
Yeah,
you want
alright.
to have him do something else entirely different while he's up there.
It's fine. We'll just find DLC.
You could just buy it. It's fine. The Jamming Jam DLC?
We'll find the guy, and we'll
Cohesive.
get him to make us more DLC. Are the Greys around?
Make a perception check.
Mm.
Damn, you roll an eye.
Yeah.
You're rolling like Pathfinder. I don't think anyone else notices this. But it's not really very noticeable. You didn't spend much time down here. Bradley, you were down here for a brief bit. You weren't really paying a whole lot of attention. You feel like there's a lot of, there's little, not dust marks, but very, very minor adjustments to some of the stuff around in this basement. Let me just switch to less epic music. The equipment remains untouched. There's still alembics and burners that are were going. Some of them have been snuffed out. Some of them are still going. On the surface level, everything looks the same, but with your keen perception, very keen perception, you notice that there are a few papers and books missing than last you were here only a couple minutes ago.
Well, it looks like the Greys have taken a bit of his research then.
That's not cool.
I hope he has messy writing.
Hope he writes like me. Fucking Egyptian hieroglyphics. But as for signs of the physical presence of Greys, at least in this basement, you don't see any.
Well, we don't have any chaperones, so I suppose we should make our way south.
I suppose so.
Before that, Riley will take like a few beakers and see if he can stuff like that in one of like the like, I don't know, ovens? Are they called ovens? Stoves? Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say.
No.
They're small. No, like, you know how they heat up with the beakers. Just equipment in general, and throw that in the bag of holding if he can, if it fits.
So you're just stealing beakers.
He wants his stuff.
Okay, so just like take like anything that looks important, more or less.
Yeah,
like
basically,
like tools
that
and
could be
stuff.
used for. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make some kind of check to look over what is here so I'm more confident we're bringing back the important shit? Like, obviously, I don't know what his research was to a T, but it's like maybe the things that are more frequently touched, like anything that hasn't been collecting dust, or things that seem like, oh, they're still cooling down, things like that he might have just used, or things that at least like based on a check I could do, perhaps I might deduce that he would need.
Are you proficient in alchemy sets or alchemy supplies?
No.
Okay. You can make an investigation check with disadvantage if you like, because you're not. Oh, it's still a 20 because you have fucking reliable talent. Okay. You can pinpoint stuff that you're semi-confident that he might need. Like, you're not a blibbering idiot. You can look at tools and like discern that like this looks important to the use of like alchemy stuff. You know the basics, maybe. Kind of like where everyone knows how to cook, kind of. You know what beakers are. You know like tongs and burners. But like, if there's any specific equipment, you wouldn't be too sure. But you can also just pocket everything in this room if you'd like.
Burner. That's what it's called.
You said stove or oven. I was like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I was like, is he baking bread down here?
He has an easy bake oven.
He's cooking. He's cooking. Let him cook.
He's cooking.
Can I try and search to see if he has a secret stash?
Sure. Sure, make an investigation check.
Can I help him?
You already did your investigation looking for stuff.
God, you stink. You're stinky.
God, why are you guys rolling so fucking high?
Because we're about to do something important and we're not going to be able to roll high.
Who has the Destiny Bender? Has it been used?
I haven't used it yet, no.
I believe it was used last time, but I believe Dawn hit recently, so the use is still up.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's not my turn. Because I do think I used it maybe for the song. I do remember using it, actually, yeah. Go ahead.
Give it to Chris.
Oh,
Okay.
Chris has it.
So Chris, you have a free reroll for the day.
Okay.
Okay. Chris, under one of the floorboards is a small secret compartment. It's not really built into the building itself. It's not like a safe. It is quite literally, you peel back the floorboards and like just laid what kind of looks like a small jewelry box in the floor itself, literally digging a pit out with your investigation check, his bare hands. And just enough space to lay the floorboards over the box.
I guess I'll try and get it.
Okay. Yeah, you pick it up. No traps spring. He doesn't seem like the type anyway. But it's a small jewelry box, probably about like 4 inches in width, probably about 6, 7 in length. It's not too tall, like 3 inches high.
I'll be right back really quick.
Yeah, but it's just a small jewelry box with a little key hole. No key in sight, but small jewelry box. Made of like a fairly fine dark wood, but it's not molding, but it's a little scuffed, having been underground for who knows how long.
Does it look magical?
On a
Or
cursory glance, you don't see anything magical about it. You can make an Arcana check to try to see if there's potential for it to be magical.
Sure. I'll do that, yeah.
Good God, man, get all the good rolls out now, so when you enter combat, you guys die.
You say, but Zero rolled a nat 1.
With reliable talent, doesn't matter. It's basically a 20. Okay. There's a number of things that could be put in boxes and magical stuff. They go together, peanut butter and jelly. Could be traps. Could be like a focal point for a scrying thing. It could be a Lich's phylactery for all you know. But with the investigation check and the Arcana check, you are fairly certain that any obvious marks of arcane enchantment, any sort of traps that might be invisible, you're pretty certain that this thing is just a mundane jewelry box.
Okay. And there isn't a key around there?
No key, it looks locked. And Zero's currently having a stroke in the corner.
I guess I'll put it in Zero's hands.
Okay. Zero's stiff as a board, and you just kind of like a mannequin, you pose Zero into grab into a holding motion, you place the jewelry box in Zero's hands, and it just stays there.
Yeah.
like the first stage of rigor mortis. You know?
Yeah, it's like those the movies where you have the person who's like the speedy guy who runs really fast, everything freezes, just kind of adjusting people's bodies.
Yeah, you like fucking the X-Men, the Sweet Dreams made of this scene. Quicksilver, that's what it was. Yeah. I don't know where this came from, but I was looking at Claudine's character sheet to see what her perception and past perception is. I don't know where she got this from, but she has almost 7,000 gold just on her.
Holy shit. Well, that makes her the richest member of us right now.
Yeah, I forget that the corners have their own currency that they can use to buy stuff. So, yeah. And like, Zero's basically inside Claudine, so that's Claudine's money's your money.
So Claudine's among the top 1%.
Yeah, I guess so. Because you guys spent all your dragon money a while ago. Okay. But, for now, what are you doing?
Again, gathering up anything that would be important, and then just leaving.
Okay. Given all of your bag is holding, you could literally take the entire room. Tables and all, if you really wanted to. Well, not the tables, but like, everything on the tables at least.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you just start, like, what's that stupid fucking show on Discovery Channel where it's like you have like 2 minutes to get anything from a grocery store, and you just use your hands to scoop and put everything in the shopping cart.
I have no idea.
God, I forgot what it was called. It was a while ago, like a long time ago. So you have 5 minutes to get anything you want from the grocery store for free. But yeah, that's what you're doing, is just take everything off the tables, quite literally. Yeah, everything except the floorboards and the furniture. All the books, all the notes, all the burners, all the beakers, alembics, little like distilling. I guess those are alembics, but yeah, all the alchemy stuff that Gonograts may or even may not need. you have in your possession.
Not for long.
Yeah.
Giving it right back. All right, let's get out of here.
Okay. As you all ascend the stairs, Zero, like a Shaquille O'Neal cardboard cutout, you just kind of carry underarm up the stairs, up the ladder. Yeah, as you arrive and push open the trap door that kind of led to the basement, to the workshop, up into the foyer, which is, still sparingly decorated, but a humble little home that Gonagret may never see again, given how things are going. But, yeah, one thing he did want, actually, was the little photo of his mother in his room, I believe.
Oh, okay. Grabbing that then.
Yeah, just go upstairs. Easy enough. As you push open the door, you see the photo, just kind of on the framed in a nice wooden photo frame, just on the nightstand. So a younger looking Gonagret and an older woman, kind of putting his arms around the younger boy. Immediately to the right of that photo is a human, or at least probably a human, the humanoid, gray robes, just kind of sat on the bed, kind of one leg over the other, kind of twiddling the thumbs a little bit.
Oh, I'm surprised you weren't waiting for us downstairs.
I just assumed that you were going to get, ransack the place. Give you some time.
Less ransack, more, he wants his stuff.
Okay, I'm back, sorry.
It's kind of like a reverse ransack in a way.
Either way. Have you collected your thoughts and his belongings ready to go?
Yep, just missing the one thing, and he'll take the picture.
Yeah, as you just take the picture and pocket it, he just kind of doesn't really react, just kind of stands up and just walks out the door, just kind of waiting for you to follow.
And follow I do.
Okay. Zero, you awake from your cardboard cutout syndrome, and you have a jewelry box in your hand. A lock on it.
I do these.
Yeah, you sneeze, and the lock mystically opens.
No, let me roll.
Roll. You didn't even notice you had the... I don't think I've ever seen anyone roll a 40 before. Straight up.
Yeah,
That's the highest I've ever seen.
One.
Time warps a little bit as the lock automatically opens. You already had it opened. You didn't even notice you had the box in your hand, and you look down and it's already opened up in front of you. Inside looks like a bunch of papers. Two specifically. One kind of looks like a fairly nice, pristine white piece of paper with a red ribbon around the center of it, and a wax seal. It's been broken, but it's looked like it's been remelted to kind of just keep it, wrapped up again. The other one looks like a kind of coffee stained, semi folded up note that's been kind of neatly tucked under the first note.
Do I have time to look at these?
Yeah. Riley went upstairs to get the photo of Gonagrat's mother. So you have time to look at them. Which one do you want to do first? The one with the ribbon or the one that's been folded up below?
The one's been folded.
Okay. The one that's been folded appears to be a note from Gonagrat's mother. Just quickly going it through, it looks like it's a lot of it's basically Gonagrat's mother writing or leaving a note of how proud she is of Gonagrat for finally being admitted to the academy. And it's going through all this basically childhood history stuff, and it's his first baby's first alchemy kit, and how she spent a lot of money trying to get him to be on a better path than she was when she was a younger person, and the death of his father, and how that hit the family, and how he's proud, how he's grown. And like that is that's the bottom note, is a letter from Gonagrass's mother to him.
What's the other one?
As you sort of like break the wax seal on it, and it's like it's.
Wait, no, I
now.
forgot. He resealed it. Never mind.
Yeah, you can break it if you want to.
No, I don't want to.
Okay. You can sleight of hand to not break it and just slide the note out.
Is that possible, or are you lying?
You can try.
Sure.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check. Yeah. Given your dexterity, you surmise you can, instead of breaking the wax seal and just undoing the ribbon, you can slide the ribbon out. It's pretty taut against the paper, but you know, you're a level 20 adventurer, and you're not going to be bested by some fucking melted wax. As you, over the course of the next minute, just slowly shift and twist the ribbon off. Eventually, you just kind of slide the piece of paper out. It's essentially a scholarship certificate from the academy. Like, this is the certificate you get when you first get enrolled, indicating that you did, in fact, beat or like succeed the, I guess, trials of like making a worthwhile discovery to get admitted to the academy. Proof that he's now a member of the Academy Arcana, which is like, based on the mother's note, is like his lifelong dream.
Damn, we really just shot that horse in the face,
Yeah,
huh?
you kind of yoinked him away from his pretty decently happy life.
Well, I mean, if the world ends, no life to be happy with.
Yeah. That's quite literally the only reason he's went with you. Is that like, well, if the world's here, the world ending.
Plus, he might make another discovery.
Wait, I'm trying to. I was like, I'm trying to think. I'm like, how can we let this story still be a good story for Gonig? And I'm like, I want to set him up with Zoella now. I'm like, how else can we make this experience a good one for him, Zoella? That's how we.
What about the crazy tiefling under who's her face Salith's employ?
Oh, I forgot her name.
The crazy tiefling.
Yeah, the freak.
You know, that one.
I don't remember her name. She's a weirdo.
Oh, I want to remember her name so bad. I also don't remember it though.
It's Etty, I believe.
It's that Eddie. Yeah, okay.
Etty.
Is that E-T-I-E?
ETTI.
Okay, Etty. Okay.
Yeah, she is a 1/8 challenge level creature with 9 hit points. She has a single attack dagger.
Yep, she'll get along with him great.
Zoella's the first one that came to mind purely because I knew she'd be here again. I don't know when the fuck we're gonna see Eddie again.
Just like the first woman that shows up is like, it'll set him up with Gonic.
Yeah.
We don't know if he's straight.
It's true.
He probably is, but we don't know.
I don't even know if he's into
Fair
that
point.
shit. He's married
What's
a
that
science
shit?
boy.
Tieflings?
Yeah. No one's like tieflings in this world.
But yeah, I'm gonna slide a hand, put the note back together, and then I'm gonna lock the box again, and I'll hand it to Claudine because I cannot keep track of nice things.
Okay. Yeah, as you hand a box to Claudia, and she kind of looks at you. Oh, so I have to give up the cool anti-magic gem, and I have to hold this dude's memorabilia.
I would argue that
Why
this
are we
might
even
also be
taking
very
this?
important. I'm
Didn't
sure
Chris
he'd want
find
it.
that in a hole?
I'm sure he'd want it. He put it there for keepsaking, and I don't know if, he's ever gonna see this building again.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, but Riley, as you descend, the two of you, I guess 3 of you, Claudine there too, see the kind of gray-robed figure kind of leading the charge, actually, as he kind of steps down the stairs, kind of just gives all of you a look of indeterminate emotion.
Oh yeah, I lied, by the way. We do have a chaperone. He was waiting for us up there.
Cool.
Yeah, but he just kind of opens the door and just kind of turns the corner, just kind of out of sight. You all following?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose no choice.
Okay. As you all exit the building, all of you make perception checks.
Don't need to.
No.
Okay. Anyway, you all march.
Yeah, exactly. I don't fucking need to.
Natural 1 with an 18.
My fucking passive perception literally overwrites that.
That's true. Which brings
Not
it
only
to
does
what?
it not only does it overwrite it, it's better than what Chris rolled.
Good God. That brings me what to 28? 27?
27.
Christ. Yeah. The elves would notice that, one, the gray is gone that you were following. But your vision is almost like subtly being pulled upwards, and like he's already on the roof. A gray blob now, but kind of walking along. Which, you know, you noticed. It seems like he's almost trying to be noticed in a way. The second thing you notice, there aren't too many people on the streets. Silly is a pretty bustling city, even by the best of standards. Like, it's pretty crowded with every person from every walk of life, rich, poor, dumb, smart, you know, manual labor versus academic. Everyone exists here, but today, the streets, you can see maybe 12 people total across the entire main street you're on. And the people that do show up, any guards or anything, as you're kind of following this gray along the rooftops, the guards almost every single time turn a corner. Look, when they're about to hit, like, you know, reach where your position is, they just turn a corner and go into an alleyway somewhere. You almost have this weird, invisible, like, antisocial bubble around you, where, like, no creature can, like, willingly walk within a certain distance of you for some reason. Like, there's some weird effect that is causing people to avoid you.
Is it, would I be able to determine if it's magic related?
Make an Arcana check. It seems pretty magic related. You're not sure exactly what effect or how it's being transmitted, but it is. Normally this thing has an origin or a source somewhere. You're not sure if it's centered around you or the gray or something else entirely. But this definitely seems like at the very least, an enchantment type of spell, like of the enchantment school of magic, where it is subtly guiding people away from you so that they do not see, or at least don't take notice of your presence. Yeah.
Well, I suppose this is convenient. Our faces are known here after all.
And as you're walking down the thoroughfare, you notice that it's not the city that's dead, it's the area that you're in. As you walk down, you know, another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the life begins to return back to the places where you just walked. It is quite literally a bubble around you, where it's like, it is like swimming through a school of fish, in a way. They all avoid you, make room for you, but then once you pass, they filter back into the same coalescent crowd. City's life resuming as normal once you've walked by, but you are currently in the middle of a dead spot of socialness. And it's like this for the entire time you're walking with the gray.
Exact opposite of what Raxony wanted.
Wait, what did Raxley want in regards to this?
He suggested to stay in large crowds.
Oh.
In case you're getting shot at. Yeah. But you seemingly can't do that right now.
They were prepared.
I ain't afraid of no bullet.
You should be. But just keep following the gray.
Hi.
Okay. The walk takes better part of an hour and a half. You're going at a decently slow pace. Like, the gray is not deliberately guiding you slowly, but just like the city's big, and just making sure that you're not up to any funny business. Speaking of, is anyone up to any funny business on the way on the walk here? If so,
Riley
first
up to
people.
funny business? No.
I'm
I
gonna
just,
get
just
on.
looking around.
Sorry.
Okay, Chris
What
is
were
just
you
looking
saying,
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is just looking
I
around.
guess. Yeah. Just observing things.
Okay. Actually, no, Claudine would be up to funny business. She didn't want to be seen by the Grey at all, actually. So she would have probably stealthed at the house when she saw the Grey, which it's pretty high with a 28. So, I'm actually roll for the Grey, just real quick, because they do got stat blocks, you know, for reasons. Nope. Okay. Since the beginning of Gonagratz's house, the moment Claudine heard two pairs of footsteps from above, she just vanishes. 0. She was there holding a box and complaining about it, and then the next moment she wasn't even there.
Cute.
Cute. But yeah, 0. Any activities you would like to do while walking with the Grey? Anything you'd like to prepare for or do anything?
No. I do think I want to summon Azik to me to just walk alongside me and maybe have better perception than I can, at least kind of keeping a nose on the wind or something about, like, I don't know, like if he, obviously this is a huge industrial city and there are lots of guns being used here, but I mean, if he would be able to, I don't know, say detect, like, there's a sniper hiding in that bush like 30 feet away from us as we're passing, something like that. Like, I want Azik to just be on the alert, on the alert for, like, anyone watching us that we are not aware of, I guess, to some extent, if possible, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, you summon Azik. The moment Azik is summoned, the Grey stops for a bit. There's like a 3-second pause before he just continues walking along the rooftops. Make a perception check for Azik for the remainder of the journey.
Hold on. He is... Okay, +5, okay.
Damn, what the fuck's with
Oh,
your rolls today?
that's a nat 20 with the 5, so it's 25.
Christ. 25? Alright. God, your rolls are so good today. All of you. What the fuck? Stop. Cease, please. Okay. You summon Azik about halfway through the journey. So about where you are, actually. Even passing the gate between the Scholars District and the stockpile, normally there is a pretty heavy contingency of guards there, especially the rail guard barrack, which is where Riley got arrested when he tried to just waltz into the city when wanted. That was the location you just passed. There was nothing there. No guards, nobody, no train, nothing there when you walked by. So, walking along, everyone decided to take a piss break at the exact same time, apparently. But walking along, you summon Azik as you approach an undiscerned location, undefined. He kind of breaks off from the main road for a bit. He was kind of following along the train tracks, kind of guiding you along where the rail line tracks would be, but then breaks off to the east, kind of literally jumping across the thoroughfare to do so, actually. And that's when you summon Azik. For another couple minutes, Azik's going to pick up anything, but eventually you come to not a clearing, but like a large, kind of ruined structure in the middle of the stockpile. There's buildings all around, but this isolated building seems to be not quite prominent, but it's like this central building in this kind of courtyard plaza. It's ruined. It's burned, actually. the aftermath and effects of a fire here are very prominent. It's hard to tell what this building used to be, but sections are already collapsed. Azek picks up pretty distinctly the moment you enter this area. There's a distinct smell of gunpowder, an acrid, smoky substance, kind of everywhere, actually. You gather Azek says in your brain. A prepared ambush.
I'm gonna slow down my pace, like as much as I can without looking like I'm stopping, and I'm going to cast message to Riley, and I'm going to tell Riley Isaac picked up on an ambush. I don't know if this is just a preparatory thing, which I would think maybe just preparatory in case, but he did pick up on an ambush.
Riley will just say acknowledged and what components does this need? What's somatic again?
Physical. You need to be able to move your hands in a specific way.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna try and sleight of hand cast mislead then.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check. There'd be decently high DC because you are being watched specifically.
Right. Oh, good thing I have.
Christ, stop. Please.
The stinky little laugh.
This guy rolled pretty good and it's still not even enough. Great. Okay. You're pretty confident that did you roll 19 again? I hate you.
Yeah, I did.
Get it all out now in case the ambush gets sprung. Yeah, you subtly cast mislead very subtly. I will rule at some point that you cannot do this in the next campaign. But like for now, yeah, you can subtly cast mislead as you send a. Is it invisible duplicate or a duplicate duplicate?
It's invisible.
Okay.
Or no, I'm invisible and it's an illusory double.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have Riley, his actual body that is invisible. I'm gonna have it like pitched up against one of the houses, like nearby.
Okay. Make a stealth check with advantage because
Sure.
you still have to be sneaky about this.
Yeah.
But you are invisible.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Good God. It's been like
Oh, that's an 18. Holy shit!
It's been like 3 rolls below 20 so far. Yeah, you're pretty confident that you're pitched up. The distance between the buildings are probably like it's a pretty wide street. It's like a weirdly barren area, then this burnt, ruined building in the center of this courtyard. It's probably like 30, 40 feet between the buildings of, the center building and the rest of the neighborhood around it. The roads themselves are quite wide, weirdly, but yeah. You feel confident that you're not seen yet.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I'm just gonna carry on as normal then.
Okay. You post up, just focusing on the illusory double, making sure that's, the one that's Riley, quote unquote.
Yeah. Yes, my senses and vision are with the illusory double.
Cool. That's concentration, and that lasts how long?
I believe an hour.
Okay. All right. Cool. But that's Riley's thing. Anyone else want to do anything now that you are aware that there's a potential ambush?
Did you let Chris know?
I will, sleight of hand cast message to Chris and Claudine and give them both the same message of potential ambush.
Okay.
Up ahead.
You don't know where Claudine is.
Well, I can just cast the message in any direction. I don't need to see her.
You have to point at where the creature would be, I believe.
Damn you.
I think Can I do detect magic?
Sure. Cast detect magic. You're not trying to be subtle about it, or you just casting it?
I guess it would be closer to when we get there. Just trying to detect more so any voids of magic or disruptions of magic, or I guess just lots of magic.
Yeah, just presences of weird magic.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Sure. As you just cast detect magic, the gray doesn't really stop you. In fact, the gray has stopped moving entirely, and it just kind of posted up outside on one of the rooftops. The blur vision gone, and just kind of pointing at the building. Kind of like a... Just kind of like delinquent squatting on the top of the rooftop, actually. Yeah. As you get closer... Are you guys approaching the building? I'm assuming you are.
Just following the gray.
The gray stopped moving.
Oh, I guess then we will also, like, Riley will stop moving.
Then
Okay.
if Riley stops, I stop moving.
Did the great told us to go there?
He's just kind of pointing at the building.
I also point at the building.
The gray... Riley, with your passive perception, you can hear a soft sigh as the gray gets up from his comfortable, cool-looking Batman squat, hops down in front of you guys, walks over with his normal human legs, and just says, "Like the meeting spot's in there."
Right, inside. Okay.
The front entrance is rubble, so you have to go through the back.
Is there a discernible route toward the back?
Just go around the back, you'll see it.
Alright. Riley will do just that.
Okay, are you all following?
Yep.
Okay.
I will look to Riley as he's going, and I guess I don't know. I can't.
Riley didn't tell anybody he was doing that, so you don't even know that this is a fake Riley.
Okay. I guess if I think this is real Riley, I will follow it.
Okay. I believe, fun fact, I believe you try to cast message on real Riley. I don't think it'll work because that's not actually Riley.
No, because I would have cast it before he did mislead.
Yeah, I know. I just from now on. But yeah.
What do you mean from now on?
Because if you cast message on Riley's illusory double, that's not Riley.
I know, but I didn't do it since he cast mislead.
I know. So from now on, if you try to cast message on quote unquote Riley, it won't work because that's not him.
Okay, I knew that.
That's what I mean. I'm just
Don't
clarifying.
mansplain D&D to me.
I'm clarifying.
You boys see him, right? He's mansplaining my own spell to me. I know that. So I know that. Come on, man. Get it together. We've been doing this shit for 6 years. Get it together.
You didn't even know Claudine couldn't be messaged because you couldn't see her.
I forgot, but I knew this was an illusion. I knew this was an illusion. Publicly shaming me for what?
For fun. But speaking of Claudine, don't know where she is, but I'm assuming you're all under the assumption that she's at least nearby. So we'll see if we get there. But you all headed around the back?
But I guess before we go, I am going to say to Azek in his head, if I can, because we can just communicate like telepathically, right?
Yep.
I'm going to communicate to Azek and ask him, where's Claudine?
I'll have him reroll
Use
after
his
double
smell.
check.
His smell.
Reroll perception. Perception.
That is a 21.
21. Okay. Is that better than Claudian?
Just for her scent.
Okay. 21. Azek says in your brain the 3 words that you didn't want to hear. I don't know.
Cool. Excellent. Great.
Okay. And as you'll head around the back, Chris, you to cast Detect Magic while you get closer to the building.
Yeah.
The radius is how much?
30 feet.
Okay, and it's blocked by material, correct?
Think so?
Okay, I believe there's like a radius around it, or like a certain amount of thickness that you can like it can pass through.
Yeah, I can penetrate most barriers, but it's blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, and a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wooden dirt.
Okay, okay, yeah, these walls aren't 3 feet of wood, so it is a wooden structure. It is burned. It's hard to tell what the wood used to be, but it's a combination of wood and stone, like a stone brick foundation. But a lot of the main structure of the building is still there. A lot of it is soot and beginning to mildew and mold as you get closer to the smell of the building. As you're getting within like 10 feet-ish of it. There is a stone fence around the building as well that seems mostly intact. The grass is semi-wild. Like it's been kind of trimmed, but not really. Like it's been it's almost like this weird like husk like monument in the middle of the city. But as you kind of get around the back, you can see there is a guard there. A standard-looking guard, like a metal breastplate, just kind of like a simple cattle cap helmet and a rifle. You recognize these. You've seen them once before. This is twice, a couple times. These are seem to be rail guard. The ones with the that usually guard the rail. Maybe this is where they were redirected for this meeting. Maybe not. You also see two of those figures. Actually, all you make perception checks as you're approaching the building. Now I'm thinking about it.
Isaac too.
Sure. Good God. Good God. This is the time that Zero rolls really high on perception.
17 for Isaac.
Okay.
Really high. Don't mock me like that again.
You rolled a 13 last time. That's pretty good for you.
Everybody's so mean to me.
Okay. Is you even going to bother rolling for?
I did.
Did you? I don't see it.
It's there. 17.
I thought that was for Azek, not for Zero.
No, Zero's got a 12.
Yeah. It's right above Riley's 30.
Oh, I see it. Gotcha. It blended in. I didn't see it. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. There are a number of windows as you pass, and you can kind of see where the elves. You can kind of see the interior. It's just as dilapidated as it is on the outside. Pass a kitchen. You pass a couple of like hallways looking things. You do see a number of guards on the inside as well, as you kind of expected. Almost every window actually has a similar looking, burly looking guard with a rifle kind of posted at it, and they're kind of just watching you walk past. You kind of playing the north side. You count 2 windows as you pass, and you see 2 guards in each of them. As you approach around the back, you see 2 more of those rifle guards posted up, as also one bald man kind of leaning up against it looks like a back entrance to the building. Doors closed. Kind of has a blunderbuss just kind of resting up against his thigh. Just kind of leaning up all casual, slick. He just kind of looks at you as you all approach. He palms the muzzle of the blunderbuss and just kind of lifts it up into his arms or into a ready position as he turns to face you.
I'm gonna
Riley's just gonna stare him down.
You're
Are they
supposed
just-
to pull it?
Oh my god.
What did you just say?
You're supposed to pull it.
I hate you. Oh my god.
Are you making a pull push door joke?
I'm more so like the trigger.
Make make an intimidation check. Yeah, the guy sort of just looks up you. Yeah, I know. I don't think you want me to do that. So, you're them?
For them.
Right, well, he's inside.
Right, and by he you mean John Hat.
Yep.
Great.
I'm gonna use telepathy with Isaac, and I'm gonna ask him, is this the ambush you're referring to?
Isaac sort of, in your brain response. Many guns around.
Okay, so this is the face of it, but there's plenty more where that came from around. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Hey, so when Chris used detect magic, would he have detected that Riley is an illusion right now?
Oh, yeah, he would have.
Okay, so Chris knows.
Yeah, for some reason, Riley's just exuding 100% illusion magic.
I'll take it as what he did with the giant flesh thing.
What?
What? Did I do that? Did I use illusion? Oh yeah, I did. You're right.
I guess
I was
think you
scouting
did,
the
yeah.
place out and I got dispelled.
Oh, yeah. But, actually, Chris, as you're approaching with detect magic, you do actually detect another source beyond what you expect, actually. There is a window. I guess I can technically pull up a map now, in case... in case things get weird, you know, you never know.
A
You
little
know, in case we have to kill another ruler today.
Yeah, a second one.
We're going for the domination victory.
It's the easiest one.
That's true. Japan still sucks. Alright. Oops. Okay, that didn't work. I still have to fucking figure out this shit. Okay. Y'all see that?
See something.
You should be in the
Yes.
top right corner, or top left, sorry.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to mark off a couple things on the map. Yeah, I didn't. Hold on, if I just. Hold on. Do you guys get memory of things? Yeah, you do. Okay, you guys would have seen the entire building on the outside and the. Or at least on the north side. So I'm just gonna quickly move your tokens around to get some like. You know, like token memory view. There we go. Now it looks all jagged and shit. Perfect. But there are a couple windows you saw through guards. There's one here. And there's one here. Those two are the windows up north. But, Chris, you detect something exactly right here with your detect magic. Right at this window, by this guy. The interior looks like a ruined dining area. Tables and chairs has been strewn about. A piece of roof looks like it's fallen in. There's a strong sense of, one, illusion magic right at this window, exactly right there. And also a couple of other just miscellaneous magical items. like a lot of evocation actually.
Oh,
Some
God,
some
these fucking
transmutation.
Casters here. Damn it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
interesting.
right at this specific location, right at this window, there's another strong sense of magic.
And I just see just basically broken down things in there.
Yep. You look in. You just see broken down, like, looks like a small dining area. 3 broken tables, a lot of, broken stools, the wall. But right at the window, there's a pretty strong sense of magic. Illusion first, followed by the rest. Yeah, but
Does Chris communicate that to anybody?
Not without making it like
That's fair.
public.
okay.
But I'll ask the dude. So where is he? He's just in here.
Yeah. I'll guide you in, then leave you to it. Don't pull anything, literally or figuratively. Because I will shoot you.
Can I push?
No. Don't touch anything. As he takes out a pretty large iron key, looks like it's rusted, and just unlocks the door. It's kind of walks in and pushes it open with the muzzle of his blunderbuss and just kind of walks in here. Who's going in first?
May as well be Riley.
Okay. Okay. He walks down here. Who's going to next?
I'll go in.
Okay. Zero next.
Yeah, the guy that was like, not like, I know he wasn't trying to intimidate Chris, but the one that was like unimpressed by Chris. Can I intimidate him? Before I go, just stare him down and then go inside.
The guard, the door guy.
Yeah.
Sure, make an intimidation check.
Like, I'm not trying to look like scary, big scary, but I want to convey to him I'm not afraid of his gun.
Okay. All right. As you walk in, I'm assuming followed by Azek, pretty closely behind. He turns the corner here. As you're walking in, it smells heavily of mildew here. You can see bits of roof where like tiles and stuff have fallen in. Okay, you pass by another rail guard that's kind of keeping watch of the window. He kind of turns to kind of keep track of you while you guys are walking in. The guy sort of points at these doors up here. He just kind of, with his right hand, finger off the trigger, points at the doors. Minister John Hat's in there. So, talk.
I would like to insight check that.
Make an insight check. Hard to read. You don't.
Do I? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hard to read one way or another. You don't get the sense that there's really much beyond his words, though. You're not sure whether that's just sheer confidence of what's going to happen, if anything is going to happen, or he's just telling the truth. One of those two. But it's hard to gauge one way or another. At the very least, he seems pretty casual about it.
Well, Chris, after you.
Me going first?
Unless Zero wants to.
Do I notice magic moving around?
Moving around in that room there.
Either that room or just around in general. Like, is it any sticking to us, or is any?
You don't get any other senses of magic currently. You do sense that the magic in the dining room, that weird illusion magic, is still there. The location stayed the same. As you moved in, you can just kind of feel it as it's as you're orbiting around its source, basically.
Okay. I guess we'll go in.
Okay, sorry, you'd asked the order we're going in. I'll send Isaac in first, and then wait a beat, and then I'll go in next, and then the boys can follow. Because I want Isaac to do a perception check as soon as he walks through the door.
Okay. Okay, as you send Isaac forward, Chris going after Isaac, or before Isaac, or after Isaac.
No, because I.
So Isaac first, and then Chris afterwards.
No, I
As
was
long as
gonna
the
go
door's open, it doesn't really matter when Riley gets in. He just can't open the door because he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, I'll just Isaac in first.
Okay. Okay, you see want Isaac to be going first to do the perception check, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. As the guy doesn't reach for the door handle at all, but Isaac pulls the Eden and just jumps up and starts fiddling with the doorknobs. He does get it.
I'll open the door for Isaac. Originally I'd said, because you'd asked who's going in first and nobody volunteered yet, so I said I would go in first, or I would open the door, Isaac would go in, then I would go in. But if Chris wants to go in, either way, I'll open the door for Isaac, and then Chris can go in, then I'll follow.
Okay. Okay, so Isaac goes in first. Make a perception check for Isaac.
Damn it. This is what happened, man. This is what happened. We cashed in all of our good fucking rolls, and this is, from here on out, it's just, oh, man.
Okay, that's what, 8?
A 12.
12, Jesus. Okay, yeah, he walks in, doesn't smell anything or in particular, nothing out of the ordinary, at least nothing he's already not smelled before. You get in your brain, even though you're only literally feet away, you can peek in and look. Gnome. Gun. Yeah.
No gun, yeah.
Gnome.
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 Because Jarnhead is a gnome.
I was today years old when I was told that Jarnhat is a gnome. I forgot that.
Little gnome guy. Okay. As it walks in, who's going in next? Because it's
Riley.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
The order's been all fucked up. But
So is this Jarnhead or is this Jarnhead?
the guy in the red is Jarnhat.
Alright, I'll stand
The red
directly.
circle. But Zero, you kind of mean eye the gun guy as you pass to open the what is it? Door. Just looking at him, he kind of just stares back, but the intimidation's so high that he kind of just coughs, and starts to leave. You get the sense he was supposed to stand watch, but he doesn't really want to be near you right now. So that's at least one guy outside the building. Riley goes in first. Chris. You get a little closer. You can detect another source of magic in this room. Right here. This spot specifically, kind of right at the foot of this rubble, this corner of the building that's collapsed in. A very almost identical source of magic, illusion, first and foremost, and then followed by a plethora of magic items.
And just in that specific square.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go in.
Okay.
and
Place
I'll,
yourselves.
I'll stand right there.
Okay. Sure. You take the corner. That's supposed to be the rogue spot, but Chris takes it first. Yeah, a movie token. Zero, where would you like to be placed?
I'm going to enter and just hang out right next to the door here.
Gotcha.
Against the wall.
Okay. You see as you enter let me describe the scene first. The room itself looks like a broken down bedroom. It's kind of hard to tell what this room is. There's bed frames, but there's no beds themselves. One corner of the room has broken down, and you can quite literally see the sky above you. The light of the sun shining straight through. There is already mildew growing around that section with the rain, snow, whatever weather managed to leak through the top of this building. Other than the people in here, the other thing of note is that there is a giant blast or scorch mark in the middle of this room. It's kind of hard to tell the origin in a way. Chris is kind of too far, but either Riley or Zero or both can make either investigation or perception checks if you want to just get a quick glance at this thing.
You know what? Let's try my luck.
Good
God,
God.
I'm so fucking lucky.
Okay. You both clock immediately that it looks like a blast mark, a scorch mark. Almost like a meteor just like hit this one place and splattered. It wouldn't look that out of the ordinary. It looks like a blast mark from like a bomb of some kind. But both of you clock that this doesn't look like an ordinary blast mark. It looks runic. The trails of soot and burn doesn't look like it's like just standard trail. You can see they kind of snake. They go very, very subtly curve like a serpent's trail would. And it's made of ruins. Very, very subtly imprinted in the soot and the wood itself. You can't make sure exactly what this is or was, if it's active right now or not, but the origin of this scorch mark is not normal. That is certain. That is the location. The people. You see a very similar looking guard, kind of like a red shirt like the other guy. Bald. He almost looks weirdly identical to the other guy, actually. In fact, he is identical, straight up. Like every feature of this dude is the same. Same gun, same shirt, same face. Maybe they're twins. Maybe this is some weird fucked up science experiment. Hard to tell. Either way, he's moving normally. The second person, a stout, or I should say short individual. Last time you saw him, he was kind of dressed in like kind of just standard normal looking clothes. One that would befit at least a professor in an academy. Kind of wild, light brown hair, bright green eyes, and the goggles last time you saw him. Now he's dressed in a very grungy looking green trench coat. Kind of covering up. He looks poor. Kind of like a really raggedy felt hat over top. He's so clean looking, but you can clearly make out this is Creel Jarn hat. Last you saw him. Guy just has his hands in his pocket, just stood there. Kind of just taking all of you in, just looking at all you all.
Can I ask a favor before we get the meeting started?
Sure.
My dog has to go potty. I'm so sorry. Can I have like just 2 minutes really quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
I need to piss anyway.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Not quite a break, but you know, if you need to urinate, now's the time.
It should be fine.
All right, I'm going to urinate. Okay. I forgot to mention this actually, but Chris, the area that you're standing in specifically is where the shit buckets are. As you chose that corner, and there's 2 buckets, one of them spilt over, and there's just like really dried feces in there.
That's not good.
Yeah, and you're you're spread-legged with one right beneath your legs, but that corner is good. Good, solid vantage point. Okay.
Riley will look at Jarnhat, then look at the floor, and then look at Jarnhat and say, well, this place has some interesting history.
That it does, yes. The gun guy over here is kind of walk a little closer and close both doors. Kind of brushing past Azek. And then returns back. Jarnhat kind of looks at the floor. We believe that this location was the inception of Sunny, the Heartbreaker.
The one who escaped.
Yes.
Do you know his location now?
No.
Can I insight check that?
Make an insight check. You get the sense that he truly does not know the location of where Sunny the Heartbreaker is. And you'll speak of the fact that this fact deeply annoys him. The subtle shifts in grimace, the direct eye contact he's making when he says that to you. The look in his face says that he wishes he knew where he was, but the reality of it is he doesn't.
Was it Sunny himself that Chris met with when he got almost fucking killed by the doctor? Or was that, like, a vassal?
Like one of his disciples. Like the kid.
So it was not Sunny.
Yeah, no, it was just a, I believe the conversation was like, something like the doctor said, like, hey, tell Sonny that, give him a thing, so then the kid's eyes flash yellow, and he's like, he already knows.
Oh, okay.
Jarnhat sort of continues looking at the floor mark. We are standing in the remnants of Heartstrings Orphanage, one of the few derelict buildings still around in Sylnia.
That explains what all these beds were for.
Yes. Long been defunct since the fire a few decades ago. And any attempts to demolish the building have been waylaid.
Well, I'm sure you could veto that, no?
No. Has any demolition crews or anyone with explosive knowledge always wind up dead or disabled?
Does it have something to do with the sigil at the center here?
We're not sure. Regardless, the history of this building is of no consequence. Just its privacy.
Zero is like looking at their nails, like picking at their nails, and they're just gonna be like, we're pretty good at leveling buildings. You could have asked us.
Jarnhat kind of looks at you, Zero. Respectfully, I have no patience for your remarks currently. You call this meeting. You take the stage.
We called this meeting? I suppose we did. Right.
He fucking forgot. It's like, hey, Gerald, what do you want? It's like, I don't fucking know. You called me.
Right. Well, look, we've been around the world. We've seen the footprint of Sylnia in basically every corner of it. Your relentless push for progress has not gone unnoticed by literally everybody. It's not looking good for diplomacy.
Is that why you called me here? For diplomacy. Politics.
I mean, did we have a plan going into
No,
this?
I did. I just didn't know if you had something you needed to say first, because otherwise, when I speak, I ramble. So I just didn't know if there's anything you needed to say first, because I know what I want to say. I'm saying this out of character. Yeah.
Right, okay. I'm merely concerned about what happens, after the big war between us and looks to the sky. The ones from way out.
As far as I see it, everyone is left to pick up the pieces. Altus and Sylnia included. We're all preparing for the worst.
Well, that's my piece. Zero, you look like you want to say something.
Sure. You have didn't ask exactly how many, but you have a group of airships on their way to Thane. Currently, maybe a little less than a week out, I've been told. Then the boats are following about less than 2 weeks out. In the interest of a shared goal here of not only minimal casualties, but minimal loss in things like assets, let's say it like that. It is within your best interest to call your fleets off. I understand what the goal is somewhat. My understanding of it is that you are sending your teams in to reclaim the Dawn Flare. Is that what it's called, right? I have
Yeah,
a
it is.
character, right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
To reclaim the Dawn Flare and proceed with your original plan of driving it through Thane to thaw it out. And as I'd had this conversation with Harriet, one of your Greys, last we spoke, that would be a grave mistake right now, given everything that we have information about during our time in Thane. And while I don't expect you to trust our data and research, because how could anybody compete with Sylnia? But please trust that with the great minds that we have collaborated with, some of which from Sylnia, some from different planes, you could say, and others from places inaccessible to most people, including yourself. This is the best way I'll describe it. We have a team of people that are doing research on these risks that pose a greater threat to the world than we previously thought. And doing what you're planning to do with the Dawn Flare, which again, maybe your plans changed, but this is my previous understanding of what the goal was. Going through with that is going to be detrimental to all living creatures on this planet right now. It's going to expedite this huge battle and outbreak that we're worried about. It's going to intensify it tenfold. And right now we're doing what we can, and that is a lot, if you could imagine, to figure out a solution here. While I do trust that Sylnia has access to some really great minds that would also love to crack this open on their own and might have great means of contributing to this, I hope you can understand that due to the history of Sylnia taking what is not theirs to serve their own purpose and advancement, and meddling with things that, although they think they have a mechanical understanding, they might not take the consequences seriously enough, in my opinion. I would have loved to have worked with you on this, honestly. Sylnia would have been the best group of healthy minds to do that with. But due to the history of Sylnia, I can't afford to do that right now. I am asking you to call off your crews coming in to Thane. Because as of right now, whether I'm living or not, once they enter any vicinity near Thane, and fuck, out of character. What's that fucking town called? It's not Tetscat.
Teague.
I'm Teague. Jesus Christ. Once they begin to encroach on Teague, they will be sunk. They will be shot out of the sky. And this is not coming from me. Again, you could kill me here right now and the plan will still move forward. Are you a spiritual person, Jarnat?
Oh.
You say no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Then from a non-spiritual perspective, are you aware of the existence of entities that do identify and are associated with gods walking the same plane as you and I right now?
I've heard reports.
Right. So, these beings are as such, and some of them are more powerful than others. Some of them are well aware of the threat that has been oncoming for a very long time. Some of them have only recently been made aware. But if you can believe it right now, and if you don't, I couldn't entirely blame you. But currently, due to the severity and the mass extinction level event that this entire battle and outbreak could be, including the consequences that would come if you were to drive the Dawnflare through Thane, it has now caught the attention of the gods. Old gods that you may not know the names of, and current gods that you're probably more familiar with. All eyes are on this right now. And we have more than enough support to sink everything you are sending. And while I'm sure you have accounted for the fact that we would put up some kind of resistance, there'd be casualties, I want you to think of the men and women you are sending over. Not in regards to their families or children that very well don't need to lose these people during a time where we don't know how much time we have left together. But consider it like this. We don't know how much time we have left to prepare for the endgame battle. And I don't underestimate Sylnia in the slightest. I would be stupid to. I say this earnestly, you're going to need everyone that you currently have under your rule, under your payroll. You're going to need all of them. And if you didn't send anybody expendable to Teague to retrieve this, I'm sure, very valuable possession and investment that you've built there, I would highly, highly suggest sending them home. We have no intention to dismantle the Dawn Flare, and honestly, if things weren't the way they were, I wouldn't see a problem with you going through with this plan. I am also interested to see how that would play out, but this is a bad time to do it. And I'm willing to negotiate the collection of the Dawn Flare or the dismantling of it. I'm not willing to negotiate the presence of Sylnia and Teague. None of your airships, none of the boats, no living being on those ships is going to set foot in Thane. Whether or not I'm alive, they already have the okay to sink every last one of them. And if you can't look at it from a mortal perspective of sparing these people that work night and day for you, that have seemingly undying loyalty, look at it from an investment perspective, you are about to lose so many helping hands that you are going to need every last bit of when the time comes. Even more so if you somehow manage to actually drive that thing through Thane. The can of worms that you're opening is going to be much, much nastier than you or anybody on your team ever anticipated. When I tell you we have dealt with a lot of scary shit now, this is something that we have to handle very carefully. And we cannot afford to take it lightly. I've come here today to ask you to reconsider that plan before I have to make you waste lots and lots of money and lots of lives and resources when, even despite how much Sylnia already has, you can't afford to lose anymore. Not with this impending threat coming. And it'll be very, very soon.
Eek sort of just leans forward a little bit, takes a few steps forward, just looks at you, Zero. What do you think we've been doing? We've been preparing. Since we learned of everything that you have learned, we have been trying to shore up everything we have. That team I sent to Teague is a recovery team to bring back the Dawn Flare. I have no intention of even following through with the Arbiter's plans anymore. Not at this current stage.
I'd like to insight that.
Make an insight check. He's not hard to read. If anything, you get the sense he's pretty earnest about that specific point, at least. You get the sense that he is more agitated than he was before, currently. But the statement of him not wanting to follow through on the Arbiter's plan at this current stage seems... You don't sense a lie, necessarily.
Right, if we're ever going to defrost Thane, it's going to be in the distant future. It's, put that on the back burner. As Zero said, we have no problems with, I mean, the Dawn Flare belongs to Sylnia. It would be stupid of us to say, no, you can't have it. So, I mean, you could probably call off your airships. They don't really need to be there. The boats can stay en route and they can collect the Dawn Flare, dismantle
Not
it, whatever
even
is
that.
needed.
I feel like we can pocket dimension that easy.
Well, and just bring it back that way.
I mean, with the team that we have there currently, it will take some elbow grease to dismantle such a thing or to move it, but it's well within our capabilities. As I said previous, I'm not okay with Sonia having any presence in T currently.
On what grounds?
I don't need any grounds.
You do.
I don't.
You
I'm
do.
not aiming for...
Because we have been preparing for defense, and you have been in our way at every step and every turn. You blew up the factory. We were going to arm a city. The Dawn Flare. That was going to be a defensive measure at some point. A massive technological marvel, and you stopped it and annexed it.
Yeah, to be fair to myself, I had nothing to do with that factory thing. If I were there, I probably wouldn't have allowed that to happen to begin with. So, I guess my bad for allowing these two to go off on their own.
In my defense, that job was supposed to be theft. Never
Why
anything
were
more
you
than that.
stealing from us in the first place?
Why did you go to Calbay to steal? Why did you invade territory that does not belong to you?
Was
and take
anyone
technology? What do you say?
Was anyone killed? Was anyone hurt?
Your own people were killed, yes.
They were operatives. They knew the risks. People in the factory. 34
What
people.
What gave you the right? If we're talking on what grounds, you seem to be trying to declare some level of diplomacy in the sense that I owe you any grounds to be in Sylnia. What, not Sylnia, and fucking Teague. What grounds were you in Calbay? No communications were ever attempted, it seems.
Do you think Calbay would have anything to do with us after the Crucible War? Do you think they would willingly allow Sylnian, any Sylnian blood, anywhere within their borders?
Have
With
you
that,
tried?
Several times, yes. No answers. No missives.
And you couldn't take no for an answer.
The more we learn about the world, the more we can prepare for its dangers.
But
You've seen the monstrosities coming out of that facility. How
And
would
you
have
don't-
that left to fester without anyone knowing it was there?
And you don't think leading with that would maybe sway anyone in Calbay to listen to you?
Very
How did we
few
manage it? Or at least we could have gone in there on your behalf. We managed to do it easy.
You are unknowns with obvious power.
You're not trying hard enough.
The Calbins have a long history of bad blood. Long history. Even now, they're at each other's throats, even in alliance. Sylnia and Altus were the reasons for their defeat at the Crucible War. They would have nothing to do with us if they could.
So you didn't feel the need to even give them a warning. To let them know that there was something dangerous in their territory.
Was anyone hurt?
I'm sure you don't know either. Are you keeping track of their casualties?
He just kind of looks at you all.
I have a question.
He focuses on you.
So Sylnia wants to try and study the enemy, maybe even utilize its technology or whatever.
I mean, we've already seen the result of that.
But how do you know that utilizing it won't corrupt yourself? Won't actually backfire and make you them?
Right. How do you know that you have not implanted in the structure of what is making Sylnia great right now? How do you know that you have not implanted direct lines of communication to the invaders by utilizing it. I don't doubt you have great minds that are studying it and dismantling it and learning more about it, but can you say for certain that you have full understanding of it? Enough to ensure that your people will be safe when you are loading them up into this abomination of a thing that I, without disclosing too much information, is that ship is not what it appears to be.
This is why we study things. We have contained facilities for these kind of things, places for experimentation, for analysis, for long-term exposure. We are not blindly prodding into everything we find. There is a process to this.
You're driving it across the continent and just cruising it around out there. It's already in practice.
Because we have tested it before.
And you feel confident in the amount of time that you've had. What, a year? A year and change?
Has it rebelled since? Has it flew into a mountain?
That's enough for you? To load your, again, loyal, hardworking, I don't even know what to call them, the Greys and then whoever else are in that thing.
Would you like me to go through the exact steps, bit by bit, the entire year?
Sure.
What about the screaming from the ship?
What screaming?
Out of
What
character,
opening
he
up that-
doesn't know about that. He doesn't know about that, Chris. Nobody knows
Chris-
about that.
Nobody does? Wait, who told?
The Nexus told us about that because they're the only ones that can communicate with it.
Yeah, but who was communicating with them to learn that information? Somebody learned that.
I mean, if it wasn't Doc, it was somebody at the Nexus that told us that personally. They
Yes,
said
and?
it's Scout.
Oh, you mean him as in Jarnhat? Yeah, we can't use that as a gotcha because he doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't even know if he knows about the Nexus people. I don't.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't at all.
They're screaming in the trapped souls of whatever the invaders corrupt. Including the moon.
I don't follow your logic.
You don't have to. He speaks gibberish.
Yeah, even though he speaks truth, I don't really understand where he's going with that.
Yeah, you picked a real winner to hitch your fucking horse to, hitch your wagon to, Jarnhat. That was really the Zodiac to do it with, huh?
What is this? You called this meeting here, and now you are showing hostility for what? Have we
I'm not
injured
being
you in some
hostile.
way?
Have we hurt you? I'm not being hostile. Riley, are you being hostile?
I'd like to think I'm not. I'm literally incapable of being hostile right now.
You've still not described what this danger in Thane is.
Listen, the reason we're being so vague about it is because we know you're kind or curious. You want to know what it's about, and you prod your nose in, and that's a really fucking bad idea right now.
Right, because the nature of the Silmian mind is experiment with it, take it, learn from it, build something with it, develop something with it. And we're telling you right now is not the fucking time for great minds to be meddling around. There's a time and place for that. This is not it. When the end of days is coming within only a few weeks, and this something like this springs up, now is not the fucking time. If we really think we need your help, I mean, that's why we collaborated with somebody like, what's his fucking name? God damn it. What's the homie's name we just stole? Homie's name we just took?
Konig?
Yeah, Gonig. we've assembled a team, and if we feel that there's somebody within Sylnia that meets our requirements that very well could help with this, we'll let them know. But as of right now, I don't see any value in giving you details about it. Much like how you said the Cowbay would not work with you and would refuse any collaboration with you, I hope you can understand, based on the history of Sylnia, that what we've seen, there's a reason that we have reservations now.
So your plan is to blindly prod at this danger too?
I wouldn't say blindly.
What makes you think
not-
we would follow the same process?
It's exactly that attitude that scares us the most, because you're not going to follow the same process. It's probably going to be more dangerous.
Look, the less hands this thing passes through, the better right now.
Make a persuasion check, Zero.
Why? I'm not good at that.
Because you have been the one making most of the arguments.
So this was the point of this meeting, is to make demands of me and then offer nothing else.
We're not making demands of you. I am suggesting
You threatened to
you.
sink my ship.
I'm not making demands. I'm telling you. I'm warning you that if you do what I think you're trying to do, it's not going to end well, and that is going to be a huge loss for Sylnia when we don't have time and resources to be losing anything else in preparation for this fight. I don't want to do what's going to have to be done. Even today, when I came here, I told myself I wasn't going to hurt anyone. I wasn't going to kill anyone. I was going to go out of my way to try to spare as many lives as possible, not just because I want the manpower on the ground when the shit hits the fan, but also because these are loyal people to you. I have no reason to spill their blood or make enemies out of them. They've done nothing wrong. Even you, as you stand here, and I disagree with a lot of your decisions. I don't wish death upon you, and I'm not trying to hurt you. Nothing about this is ever meant to be hostile or a threat. I'm telling you right now, in the best interest of the rest of living life on this planet, I cannot allow you to make any foothold in Teague at this moment in time. If you need your Dawn Flare back, we will gladly bring it back to you. We're offering you to bring it back. We're not trying to make a threat out of this or demands out of this. I'm telling you, it is going to be nothing but a loss if you continue.
And you know what? We can do better than that, actually. We can, in fact, offer you something. It's come to our attention that pirate in the Keelhaul Islands has seized some technology of Sylnia's.
His face kind of grimaces a little bit.
Primgiskin.
Ah, the killer, yes. Well, as it just so happens, we have reason to want to remove him from his post, let's say. Liberate the Keelhaul Islands, as it were.
There is no liberating that place. Just raising it.
Well, perhaps we can leave the invaders to do that then. Meanwhile, I'm sure you want your stuff back.
Technology-wise, the ship that Giskin stole is outdated. But
It was the whole ship. Jesus Christ.
Sylnian technology should not be outside Altus.
Is there a specific reason for that?
as you've defined so gracefully, the academic advancements we come across can be dangerous at times. And again, not everyone will follow the same safety protocols that we do.
Right. You are the best in the business.
Would you prefer someone else to do this? To
Actually,
not
I
have the
don't really know.
facilities, the minds, the carefulness, the caution?
I'm not sure how cautious it was when you went into Calme.
We spent months planning that operation. We did not foresee the other things contained.
Which weren't very contained, by the way. The mess that you left, the incompletion of it, we had to deal with that. And again, if you want to talk about Calby and casualties, that's where that lies, is the mess you left behind.
And we would have taken care of it eventually.
I want to inside check that.
Make an insight check. Hard to read one way or another at this point. He just seems annoyed. Like permanently from now on.
He's being held accountable. Fuck this guy.
The fact of the matter is, for these advancements, cutting edge technology, there is quite literally no other place but Silnia for these kinds of advancements. Would you trust anyone in the Rias royal family with the knowledge of firearms, electricity?
Are you
I'm
telling me
gonna look
you're-
at Zero and be like, how about that?
Are you telling me that your long-term plan is to not even share any of this technology with the rest of the world
We will,
to help them advance?
once it's safe. Once it's
once
fully
it's
understood.
under your rule and your authority.
You threaten and cajole. You speak of deposing governments, leadership, like it's a breeze in the wind.
When did we mention that?
You just mentioned going to a pirate cove to kill the leader so casually. You murdered my partner in Teague.
Right, that's a past tense event that happened that in retrospect maybe
Wait.
we could have reconsidered, and I'm not saying that was the best mode of action, but it happened. It is what it is. This man's a pirate.
I don't
You can't
last one-
equate you cannot equate the two and go, we're killing world leaders. I'm looking at you right now. I hardly think somebody like you considers him to be a leader of any kind.
And
thought you-
the
diplomat.
Arbiter? Come on. That
thought you-
fucking pathetic excuse.
I thought you thought he was a thorn in your side.
He is. He was. He had a dogmatic view of the world. But he had a resource we needed.
Well, we possess that resource now, and we have no qualm sharing it.
Right, even as I just stated, I have no desire to kill you or any of the people that you send our way.
What
You
if
criticize me for meddling in other people's affairs, and yet how many have you meddled in?
We're not world leaders. We're not responsible for thousands upon thousands of lives.
Yes.
And you were actively choosing to raise your people at the detriment of others.
The difference between what I do and what you do is long-term consequences. I have to think several years in advance. More paperwork and planning that I'm sure you have done in, what, the year you've been doing this? Have you faced as many consequences? Had to feel those effects? Or have you just killed and teleported out?
Hey, Zero. Why don't you show him your mage hand?
Okay. May I, Jarn Hat, or am I gonna get sniped?
Do it.
Okay. So I will cast Mage Hand, and I will slowly approach my hands visible and open in a very like surrender form, and my Mage Hand also, yeah, maybe not. I mean, it can't be visible. It doesn't need to be visible, but that's the point. Is it's whatever. And I will walk closer, to Riley, and I'm not gonna bring it closer to him. I will let Riley take the stage. The mage hand is out, and the tiny little speck is there. I just don't know if he can see it from that distance, and I haven't asked to approach any further. I don't know if Riley wanted to keep talking.
Long-term consequences, huh? How about the infection of magic itself? What we have come to understand as an extension of the soul itself, infected, not just one's physical form. Mage Hand is usually completely invisible, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
when Zero's using it.
Right.
Do I have
Okay.
to make it invisible, or can I make it visible?
You can make it visible if you want to, I'd say.
Okay, I'm gonna make it visible, and like I'll kind of play off of Riley's pace. I don't want to just shove it in Jarnhat's face because I'm scared something's gonna happen if I do that.
You'll notice that regardless of what Zero does, in terms of the aesthetics of the Mage Hand, something persists. Something small, but inescapable. This is the danger. These are the lasting consequences that we are dealing with.
I believe perhaps what powers the invaders' technology and resources as souls. Trapped souls that can't be freed. So utilizing that technology, even how you've utilized it, has the potential to be I guess a little bit disrespectful for the afterlife.
Jarnhat sort of goes under his coat and pulls out a series of telescoping lenses and goggles, puts out his eyes. Without really looking at you, Chris, he sort of responds.
Luckily, Arcanium seems to be a fair replacement for souls.
Zero, do we tell him?
Tell him which part about this?
About the Nexus.
No.
Okay then. Well, we can't really argue then, can we, without revealing anything?
But yeah, personally, I'm like the big things I'm not willing to reveal at all is the Nexus, and obviously the last one, it's kind of a no-brainer on your part especially, but what's her name? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names right now.
Zia?
Shorty. Yes, Zia.
Shorty?
Riley's boo thing. I'm willing to create a little tiny bit of wiggle room to discuss, the nature of what we found in the Howling Bells. I'm not willing to flat out just say, oh, it's the virus except stronger,
Right.
or the details of what form we found it in, and you know the dragon. Yeah.
Look, a lot of our efforts have been invisible because yes, it's true, we like to make ourselves scarce. Not to leave behind too many footprints. There are obvious exceptions where that is literally inescapable, as the Arbiter came to understand. Was never our intention to dispose of him, just kind of happened to be a side objective, as it were.
You call murdering a world leader a side objective?
Unbelievably, yes. I'm still having trouble processing it.
You understand that at the core of some of Sylnia's main tenets, your group is the antithesis of everything that we stand for.
And I would remind you that there's plenty of people that Sonia has made enemies out of that would find that to be a good thing. We've been told even.
I mean, there's some things we share. I mean, I like guns.
And the way I see it, if you and your people are checking every box and taking every angle that is familiar to Solnia in regards to preparing for this fight, we're taking the routes that somebody with a responsibility to his people and a reputation cannot afford to take. If all boxes are checked, even the ones that we're not willing to check, you have them. The ones that you're not willing to touch, we have them. We'll always be covered.
He sort of begins to telescope some of the lenses on his goggles and begins inspecting the mage hand, the pearl spot.
Now, I know exactly what you're thinking in this moment. You're thinking, how curious! This must be inspected further!
He begins looking at the spot a little bit more. Robbie looking at you.
Again, I have had enough of your snide insinuations. But yes. So you
Indeed.
found something that can corrupt magic.
Unfortunately, we did.
Tell me, Zero.
You
Have-
understand the implications of that, right? And how world-ending that is?
I am aware, yes.
And remember how you said arcane is a substitute for the souls? What if the arcane or arcanium can be corrupted as well?
Zero. Since you've been corrupted, your magic has been corrupted, have you used it on anything else recently?
I'm gonna shrug.
Yes or no?
Who are you, my dad? I don't have to answer to you.
Fine, I'll answer. I also have corrupted magic. I have not used it on anything.
He's still
Chances are,
looking at
it
you.
spreads.
He's still looking at you, Zero.
Have you used your spell on anything yet?
He's still asking me?
Yes.
Why won't he back down? I don't feel comfortable. Like, this is what I mean. Any information collected by Jarn Hat, I'm like, it gives me the ick. I'm like, I don't want to be any. Okay, I'll say that. This whole meeting was not to be a test subject for you, Jarn Hat.
I am, right at this moment, concerned for the safety of everything. Have you used your magic on anything since you've been corrupted?
My magic in general?
This one.
And he sort of points at the mage hand.
I'm trying to think out of character. I don't think so. I think all I touched is what has already been corrupted. Like I reached in my bag and pulled out those organs, the shark organs. I don't think I've used Mage Hand for anything else. right? I mean, Simon, can you...
I don't remember. I feel like you use Mage Hand a lot.
Since it's been corrupted, though?
I think so. I could be wrong, but I don't know.
I feel like you know.
I don't.
Legally, if you wrote down a moment when I did by accident, you legally have to tell me.
I don't write down stuff all the time. I wish I did. God, I wish I did.
I have no memory of it happening, so that's...
It does sound like a spell that's commonly used, but
The only thing I've interacted with this particular spell has been matter that has already been infected. I have not felt comfortable using it freely the way I used to.
He sort of sighs a little bit. Almost a sigh of relief in some way. Have you tested this on anything else? Any of your other spells? Have you tested if your bodies can transmit the corruption?
We have tested it on one other thing. Riley will pull out his sword. This is a bit of a special case, though. You'll notice there's no sign of it. This is because these are artifacts of the gods. Some sort of divine protection shields them from getting the infection spread too fast. They can still be infected, but they can be cleansed. Interestingly, attempting to cleanse the spells using these artifacts does not work. It infects the artifact, and then the artifact cleanses itself.
And you don't feel like this is a worthwhile discovery that should be studied?
No, I would say we absolutely do. But I think you've put us in a very tight position right now, where that's kind of hard to do. Again, returning to the nature of Sylnia. The
One
history
wrong move from a
of Sylnia.
Sylnian, line of inquiry, and it could spell the end of everything.
What have you been told about Sylnia's line of inquiry? Why this distrust?
It's not just a matter of what we've been told, it's what we've witnessed.
Yeah, the whole Calbay operation was kind of the nail in the coffin for that one.
Right. And where people in Sylnia might believe the technology that you develop here is the birthright of a Sylnian and only to be used at Sylnian hands where it can be trusted. That's never how we've operated. And we've been in communications, yes, with other leaders that we have excellent relationships with, that are on the same page as us right now in terms of the overall attitude towards Sylnia. This is a universal thing across the board that I don't feel like we need to be questioned about. You know. And every other leader we've spoken to knows what you've done. As top secret as you may think some of these things are. Others have been watching, taking notes. Don't know if you've tried to get into Narset lately, but we have. All eyes are on Sylnia right now. And trust me, somebody like me who grew up stealing, and even to this day still has sticky fingers, I don't want to be the one responsible for this. I don't want to be the one that this comes down to. It's not my background. It's not what I'm good at. I'm doing the best I can, and all of us are, Riley and Chris included, to assign trustworthy minds to handle something as delicate as this. But with the history of what's happened, we have no choice but to be cautious. And if you were in our place, I don't doubt you'd do the same.
If I were in your position, I would have allowed, yes, trusted minds, but also to at least share the knowledge of these dangers so that others can prepare for them as well. You've been vague about everything that could be a potentially world-ending cataclysm and then say, do not worry about it, trust us, we're handling it. I have
You've done the exact same. I bring up again, Cal Bay. Not warned of what was in their own borders. You keep everything so close to your chest that you have gone blind to the enemies that you've made worldwide, to the point where we're beyond recovery. And this could have been, an agreeable diplomatic relationship. And again, I would have loved to have worked with Sylnia. But it's not easy. Did you know that thing that was growing in Calbay that your team let loose was sentient? It was developing and growing and expanding way farther than any of us had ever seen before. And killing everything in its path. You, in what I've seen, not just been told, but what I've seen, have only been self-serving. So much of what you develop and what you create here in Sylnia could be shared. There's so many people whose lives we've seen that could have been changed by things that you've created and funded, like the great country that you are. But we're on ground zero. We see these things in person. And that's what makes us different. That's why we can't afford to experiment and study to the level that you can. We're trying to help people. And I think you are too to some extent, but it has exceptions. It has prerequisites they have to meet. And that is hard to trust and hard to collaborate with.
Make persuasion check 0. He sort of goes, he does look annoyed at everything that's going on right now. The guy behind him sort of just kind of one leg on the bed frame. It's very much finger on the trigger. But he sort of just looks at all of you.
So, clearly this meeting is not going very well. So what is the end result of everything? What is your ideal scenario? I call off the ships? And trust that you do what you tend to do?
I thought the meeting was going fine. It seems like we're not saying what you want us to say. It's not going well for you. It's not feeding the agenda you need it to.
What if we could offer you something?
What?
Sunny.
Huh?
Chris, don't speak for me, Chris. I'm not agreeing to anything.
What if What if it's possible to find Sunny?
I don't know why you're pursuing this. It of course it's possible to find Sunny. On what grounds are you suggesting this, Chris?
The grounds
In
that
order for-
Brandon wants to finish this quest line with Sunny.
In order for Jarnhat to call off the ships.
I don't feel that I need to offer anything else. I didn't come here to necessarily negotiate. I didn't come here to make any threats. I came here to plead with a man who wants to see his country not fall under the invaders, which that's never been a desire of mine either. There's plenty of good people here. I said what I said, and I said what's going to happen if you do the thing you plan on doing. And I'm only giving a suggestion in your best interest. I'm not making any offers to find anything else out for you right now. And to answer your question of, are you supposed to just trust us? I don't think you have another choice right now. Respectfully.
Make one more persuasion check, Zero.
Man.
Okay, that's pretty good.
He sort of just sighs. He kind of leans on one of the broken bed frames. And just kind of looking at the floor, looking around the room as well, almost looking past it to the city beyond. He kind of just shakes his head a little bit, just like almost in a daze, in a weird way. His arms crossed.
At the very least, give me something actionable. I'm sure you can understand that I do not feel right. Doing nothing. While waiting for your returns.
Give us scholars. Give us scholars under the guise that we're going to be able to read their minds and be able to see their true intentions before bringing them to Thane. If you really want Sylnia to have a hand in this war and to contribute to the overall solution, you think that you and your resources could help us in this regard, not just help us, but help yourselves and help everyone else. Give us a team of people, small team of people that you trust with this, that might have expertise in something like this background. But please know that we're not going to just accept anybody. Every person that we've accepted into this very sensitive situation has been vetted. And I'm going to look to Riley to see if he has any objections on that, because I don't want to just demand things like that. I didn't mean to just interrupt and be like, this is what we want.
Listen, I'm sympathetic to John Hat here. I think if I were in his position and, you know, we are, like you said, we're on ground zero. We're seeing all this unfold in real time with direct consequences. And John Hat has just been sat here doing nothing. So, you know, even if he's still not directly involved, being able to contribute is still, you know, is that what you've just wanted this whole time?
Ever since I've learned about these invaders, yes, my curiosity has been piqued, I'll admit. But more than anything, I fear for this city and the country's survival. That is my top priority right now. That is why I send these teams and even spies information to learn as much as we can before everything happens.
You know, there's a great, great mind that we met in the last year who came out of Silnia, actually. And something he said has stuck with me since I met him. He said that he believes this truth of the incoming war and the threats that everyone's going to be facing. He believes these things are things that everyone has the right to know about. He wants things like a cure and information and knowledge to be shared with everybody. Across borders, across backgrounds. I understand that you're in a position where that may not be the reality of the situation. You have things you need to keep close to yourself. You have enemies. But in times like these, where it's not really a matter of what Silnia is going to look like after the war, if it's going to be the leading nation or whatever, if it's going to maintain its spot as the lead in technological innovations. It's coming down to whether or not any of us survive. And I think you could benefit from a reality check such as that, to consider that maybe there are people in other countries, other continents, other backgrounds, in various tax brackets even, that deserve the right to know. They deserve the right to fight and to be prepared for something like this. Because the way that you've been running things, while I'm sure it's been serving you greatly, it is not panning out well. In terms of a few years down the road, we don't know if we'll have a few years down the road. Even if we do, with whatever's left of Silnia, I don't know what state the rest of the world is going to be in and what the overall attitude towards surviving Silnians is going to look like. Now is the time to change the tune. And you have the chance to do that.
See, this is why I led with diplomacy is not looking good for Silnia right now. We wish that wasn't the case. Everyone looks at what you've done, and they immediately think distrust. Don't trust the Silnians. Don't let them near us. Don't allow them to know anything. I think a little bit of introspection, understanding why it is they think that way, changing that behavior. Meeting them at the table at a more level playing field.
I think that's
Understanding their concerns.
I think that
For
could be
Calpe
good.
especially, now I can't speak about Rias because we don't have that many connections in Rias. But for Calpe, that's a good start. You go to the Bronze Legion, you start at their level. They are willing to hear people out.
I think it could be good if you could sit with all the world leaders and discuss the incoming threat.
Not the Zodiacs developing the UN.
Okay, I will allow all of you to make independent persuasion checks, in which I will total all of them to a specific DC. Or
Interesting.
I will allow one of you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh. Okay, so my
Oh.
persuasion is an 11 by default.
Are we allowed to know what the DC is for the group roll?
No.
I feel more confident in Riley doing persuasion.
Yeah, especially because it's an advantage. Is there any way I can make this even more stacked in my favor?
You
I feel
have
there is actually.
You have the Destiny Bender.
Chris
No,
has the
that's
Destiny
Chris.
Bender.
I have
Chris
Fool's
has a
Luck.
god damn it.
I have Fool's Luck.
That's true.
Yep. Did you use you didn't use the did you?
Yeah, I used it.
Can I use this right now? Yeah, okay. Hold on, let me just make sure. If this blah 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 saving throw ability check, note the number. Oh wait, no, hold on. Spend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration after you fail an ability check, fail a saving throw, or miss. Add the number rolled to your attack, and that's a d12 that I get to add to my already advantage. Plus, I have what's the word? Proficiency. So if this isn't already like a 20, at least a 20.
I think if we all
I don't mean that 20, but like,
if we all three do it, could be interesting.
Yeah, but I'm not for that chaos. I need this to succeed. All three of us needed this to succeed.
I can probably get it up.
No, I think I'm gonna veto that and just go for it.
I personally vote that I think I'm more confident in Riley doing it, and I think the three of us would be a gamble. Cause...
Yeah, I'm the charisma bard. This is literally what I do. All right. Persuasion.
Mm-hmm. This is a roll who changed this man's worldview.
Okay, well, that's definitely not going to happen, so I have to use Fool's Luck here, so that's an extra D12. Yep. Come on, high roll. Ha ha ha! 27. I'm confident in that.
Changing this man's worldview is crazy. Oh my god.
Okay.
That said, now you have a fucking 11 to use against me whenever you want.
That's true.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, I need to mark this down. Okay. He sort of just looks around. He kind of turns towards you, just one head, while leaning against the bread frame.
I'm sure you've heard stories, and I'm sure they're true. I am not going to pretend that Altus has a clean, squeaky record, because it doesn't. Everything I did I thought was a necessity. Yes, perhaps. Some would say that some things went too far. I'm sure Raxney would tell you the same, as clearly you've been speaking with him. But I can tell you this. The world before was not much better. Corruption, strife, that 30-year damnable war. Altus was a puppet state. Darius. And to this day, I don't believe much has changed. Rias is still one of our best partners, and the current king is still just as corrupt as the last, morally bankrupt. Kabe, they have well-placed grudges against us, and I do not blame them one bit. They have not advanced in centuries. A warlike state with no real lasting semblance of peace, yet they must have a common enemy. That was the only time in history that they've united. I believe that Altus Selnia is a change. A good one in the long term. My hands are not clean. And if the people elected someone else in the next few years, I would step down gracefully, but no one has. You have been speaking of trust, and how you cannot trust me or Sylvia or our mindset. In that same vein, I cannot trust anyone else to not abuse this power that we've gained. I cannot guarantee that if any of this is shared with anyone else, that something worse might not come along. But despite grievances, the one thing I do have trust in is that you have your heart in the right place. I cannot say the same for the rest of the world. So I ask you this. In this current stage of impending doom, with all your knowledge, all your grievances, what can I do to fix it?
I'm gonna turn to Zero. I mean, he should probably just start by apologizing, right?
What was his exact question, Simon? How can he do what grievances?
The general gist is that you, for one, this is kind of meta, but you have failed to fully change his full view. But he is at least willing to help you specifically. So he's asking how to help fix this weird energy between the two of you, him and your group.
Oh. I mean, that's not really what we're after.
No.
So he misunderstood the assignment.
Oh, he understood the assignment. He just doesn't agree.
This, out of character, this whole conversation has just been him going, well, you guys aren't being very reasonable because we're not telling him what he wants us to say.
Now he's asking, what can he do?
And when he poses that question, he means specifically for us, the Xodiacs,
Yes.
and not for the world.
Correct.
How the fuck do we even answer that? We don't want anything from him.
Except for
All I
just,
came here for was for him to call off his airships and his fleets coming in. That's all I asked for, and I was willing to negotiate that we'll give him the Dawn Flare back. That's fine with me. I feel that as everything currently stands, the state of Sylnia and what we've seen of the current standing Sylnia, the current standing leadership even, the damage has been done, and I think from your perspective, you've made your judgment of us and our actions, understandably so. And we've done the same of Sylmia. And all I came here to discuss was calling off your teams coming in to take an end to Interteague. That's all I came here to ask of you. I don't want or need anything else. And as I said, we'll bring the Dawn Flare back. But ultimately, that seems to be the only thing I can think of that I want from you.
I mean, I was kind of trying to think a couple steps ahead. Because, once the war is over and the rubble has cleared and we have to rebuild, again, I would like if Sylnia were on better terms with everyone. Because then, once we're done blowing up the enemy, we just turn back on ourselves. I'd like to avoid that, especially during rebuilding.
Fine, then yeah, I would like to see Sylmia putting more of an effort in extending the advancements they've made to those who'll accept it in the areas that need it most.
And not just that, but, dropping the shady pretenses, not viewing everything as an absolute necessity, being able to take no as an answer, and also, oh shit, was my final point? Fuck. It doesn't have to be all at once. You can start small and build up. I'm not sitting here saying, well, Sylnia has a Dawn Flare, so why doesn't everybody else have a Dawn Flare? How about if Sylnia has a Dawn Flare, everybody else can have, I don't know, a steam line?
We have been trying to get the Steamline system more expanded, but again, Kabe won't hear of it. And Howrah?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what's going on over my home.
At the very least, sharing information. I don't know if Howrah has any knowledge of the invaders. I don't know if Sant has any knowledge of it. It's only been in our hand that Calbe and Narset have learned about it.
Well,
Reese
Narset
is
always
probably
knew,
well
let's be honest.
That's fine, but they're up to date now. To see Sylnia put more of an effort, if not technologically and financially, equaling the playing field, at least in information. And I don't mean in the advancement and in the technology, that you guys have created. I'm saying the discoveries that you've made that are going to be very, very vital to the survival of what's coming. Sylnia has information that I am of the belief every single one of these people has the right to know. I think that's a good place to start.
You put too much faith in the other government sometimes. Calby knows. They have strong leaders, but they do not. Yes, Kabe. Rias, I'm sure you know, is decadent. The king is... He is not for governmental matters. The council is fractured at best. Howard keeps themselves their own business. Nephew Sant may go on a religious crusade. Who knows where that'll end up? That this was Rexney's belief as well. It is what caused his departure. Fundamentally, we disagreed. I cannot claim to have all the answers. I try to think I and the trusted individuals I put faith in, that we have at least better ones. Can you say with absolute certainty that should we share this information with the Platinum Council, that they would do anything?
I think now is a good time, if there ever was one, to put everyone to the test and see how they respond. While I may not personally be in the business of trying to dethrone anyone else or remove world leaders from their positions, as I've said previous, entities and forces far larger than us are now at play. Have you heard about what's happening in Sant right now?
What is happening in Sant?
The sun's gone in Sant. The sun has been turned off in Sant. Maybe just the major cities, but that's where it needed to happen. Do I look like I can do anything like that? No, because that wasn't at my hand. If the people in charge of the masses don't deserve the responsibility, don't deserve the leadership, let now be the time to answer that. Again, all eyes are on them. While it would be nice to believe that I can rely on the world leaders to do what's best for their people, to ensure their safety, I'm talking about sharing information on a much grander scale. I want to see the people in the fields and in the farms and the villages. Everyone needs to know. And you may think to yourself, well, what is a simple peasant going to do with this information? Maybe nothing. Maybe just be scared. But they have the right to know. And they have the right to have any information that could be useful to them when the time comes to fight. Because these world leaders that sit on their thrones and surely will take bunker somewhere safe when shit hits the fan, they're not going to be the ones on the ground level dealing with this carnage.
And
It's
frankly,
going to
we've
be-
seen that firsthand with the Arbiter.
It's going to be the soldiers, it's going to be the guards, it's going to be civilians. Those are the people I'm concerned about the most as well. And if the world leaders don't step up to the fucking plate, it's not just the Xodiacs they have to answer to anymore. And I could easily say the same for yourself. That is not a threat. That is not any level of hostility. I'm saying again, all eyes are on Sylnia right now.
Would be nice if more of them were on the moon, but, well... That was a joke. It was supposed to be funny. This is where you laugh.
Chris, laugh.
Haha.
I can send missives. This much I can do. I cannot guarantee that this will have any effect at all. As for the ships approaching Teague, I can... How about this? I can call off the airships for now. Those were a defensive measure at best. The main ship was intended to carry the Dawn Flare, and the scholars and engineers that would dismantle it. You said you wanted scholars. If you allow the main fleet, or at least the scholarship, to dock in Teague, to dismantle and retrieve the Dawn Flare themselves, and you can take your pick from these scholars.
That's not going to work.
Why?
This is not my own resistance, please. There's current leadership in Thane that will not allow Sylmian presence.
And given the god of wrath is poised to fire at ships, probably, I don't know, would she still fire if it was a single ship?
I don't know what she would do. I don't think she'd be happy to see anybody coming in.
Yeah, that's scary. Here, what we can do is we can meet them, some of the crew, the engineers, the scholars, and we can offload them from the ship, turn everybody around, and then we can bring them to Teague to collect everything, load the Dawn Flare into Chris's pocket dimension, and bring it back that way.
You have to put it
No risk of anything going wrong.
You have to put it in like a 10-foot doorway.
I mean, if we dismantle, we may be able to do that.
Do you
As of
have
right now.
engineers capable of dismantling very highly complex, possibly explosive machinery?
We actually do have somebody like that, yes.
Are they certified? Do they have a license? Where do they train?
We don't know. They don't really talk about themselves.
And you trust this individual with highly complex, possibly dangerous moving parts?
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah, you know those Watcher bots that you found in there? Dismantled some of them for us. Figured out their inner workings. Only took about 8 hours.
He almost looks impressed, actually. He sort of like does the whole like the Obama like he sure just goes,
That is strangely a comfort.
See? We vet our people. We're not idiots. I'll look at Zero and then point back and forth. We aren't idiots. That one might be.
I have intelligence.
And yet I have yet to see you use it.
Where do you keep it, Chris? Where are you hiding it?
Calculated.
I think he has integer overflow.
fucking Gandhi.
Yeah.
Zero hostility. 255.
Fine. I expect the Dawn Flare to be back in one... at least... to be able to be put back together the same as it was before.
Well, I mean, considering you're going to have a team of your professionals there, that shouldn't be a problem, yeah?
I don't agree with meeting them on the sea or letting them dock in Teak. I want as little information about this happening as possible. Because again, there's new leadership in Teague.
Okay, wait, hold on, Zero. Look, I don't really give a flying fuck about what Marin thinks about having a few engineers and scholars reclaiming what is rightfully theirs. She can deal with that.
It's not just that. It's also that I didn't really give Kef a trigger word. Didn't really give Kef any particular conditions in which to begin.
No, that's why I say we meet them halfway, so we could turn them around so that we can avoid disaster. We still get scholars and engineers into Teague without having anybody dock. Or try to and fail.
Okay. Whether or not these will be scholars that we entrust with involving in this greater situation regarding the corruption, I have not yet decided. I'm not going to agree to anything on that yet. I'm going to have to meet these people. But I can agree that yes, we can meet them halfway, bring them in, dismantle everything, pack it up, bring them back home.
And hey, that offer from Keel Hall is still there. Just let us know if you want your stuff back.
If nothing else, you asked us what you can do to, you know, improve relations moving forward. Tell us what the fuck we're walking into. Because I didn't realize the whole ship was Sylnian. I thought it was a cannon or something. We already know what kind of crew we're walking into. We know somewhat information about mages and whatever the fuck his name is. I don't care what the captain's name is. And Keel Hall altogether. We would like information about the ship before we have to deal with that.
I can't say anything about the state of Keel Hall. It is one of the few locations that we don't actually have any eyes in. They tend to sniff out those that don't belong quite quickly. The ship itself was supposed to be a warship sounds bad. A defensible one. We are quite close to the Whaling Sea. It was supposed to be a monster hunting vessel. It was created during the time when our partnership with Teague was just beginning to bear fruit. So we needed a defensible ship, one with weapons, lots of them. The ship itself was a prototype ironclad. We have more ironclads now, but they are smaller in design, more versatile. The Mark I, that is the ship that Primgiskin Stowe mutinied along with, I believe, most of the crew on the way to Teague. It should have the ability to either shoot fire from the bow of the ship or lob fire, again from the bow of the ship. It had state-of-the-art arcane cannons. The range and accuracy weren't as good as normal cannons, but they do not need ammunition. They're also quite volatile, if I recall. There was also anti-air measures as well. The lightning coil amid the main mast of the ship. I would not advise flying in.
Well, there goes our dragon strategy.
For underwater attacks, again, a lightning coil. It also had a number of depth charges as well, though I do not know if Giskin was able to replenish those.
I can probably handle a little bit of lightning.
There were a few well, I suppose Gatling guns? For general, lightly armored targets. They were experimental. Quite unreliable. We have discarded the use of those now. But that should be the ship. It is quite heavily armored too. It also should consume quite a lot of arcanium per day. If Giskin's keeping it running, he must have a source somewhere.
Ooh, that's something we could try to scope out. Cut his source off. Make the ship less threatening.
If you're able to do that, then the cannons, the lightning coils, and the movement would be totally defunct. There's a reason we do not build ships like that anymore.
Too dependent on arcanium.
Too heavy. We found it is more efficient to have smaller vessels, but more versatile vessels. Working in unison as opposed to one large warship.
Oh, fleet as opposed to... I don't know what a normal... Yeah, I guess just warship. I see. And was that the only piece of technology that they managed to steal away with?
Other than the guns stowed aboard, I believe so.
Understood.
Giskin was not a scholar. He was a Black Harbor guardsman.
Suppose he had a bit of a mean streak in him then.
I suppose you could say that.
Wait, hold on a second. This is just crazy theory crafting. Did that event happen around the same time Sunny broke out?
No, decades before.
Okay. Not related.
No.
I guess share the one bit of information we have on that then. When we were being hunted by the Gravekeepers, one of them almost got Chris. And I recall seeing in his memory that the Gravekeeper was talking to a child who appeared to have some sort of connection with Sunny.
Yes. You may have heard Sunny was a bank robber in decades past.
I believe I've heard he was more than that.
Yes, something along those lines then. He is not normal. He's actually quite dangerous. We believe he gathers power from... I do not want to say another realm, but at least another being of a kind. We're still not entirely sure what, even in captivity.
Hmm.
Let's hope it's not one of the devils.
Yeah, could be an old god as well. One that we're unaware of.
Either way, he seems to have some sort of sway with children. Typically taking in the abandoned and the less fortunate in the city. It was only after the destruction of Heartstrings Orphanage was I aware of the conditions.
Um, can I move closer to the ruins?
Sure.
I mean, there's
Uh,
no fucking way John can't discern what these ruins are. Runes, rather.
Would I be able to know what these are, or what sort of magic it derives from?
Make an Arcana or Nature check. Okay, 23. Looking at the ruins, you... What languages do you speak?
I speak Celestial, Draconic, Elvish,
Dwarvish, okay.
Dwarvish.
Okay. So you're actually not sure what... If this is a language, you're actually not sure what this one is. But the ruins are certainly magical. You can't read what they say. Though you gather that they... Despite them not being able to read them, you understand their structure, at least art from a magical standpoint. This is very much a conjuration type sigil, even. You gather that the sigil was carved first into the wood and then something burned out of it. Something was summoned here.
Yeah, that's... You know, I'm just looking at what occurred here. It almost seems like he used some sort of conjuration magic to summon something, and usually that means something from another plane.
Yes, we are aware of this. That is why we surmise that his power derives from another being.
Can I try to look at the rooms?
Sure. Are you going to use Truth Seer, or you have some other thing?
I'll use Truth Seer.
Okay, make an Arcana or Nature check.
We'll do Arcana with advantage, right?
Yes.
Wait,
Okay.
I guess I meant to... Sorry, I forgot it rolls advantage automatically. My bad.
Yeah. Okay, so 16. You are... Yeah. You don't glean much more beyond what Chris got. This is a conjuration thing. The use of Elena's library, though, you can turn the... It is a language. You don't even really understand it. Elena just says, nope, I know that language. It is Sylvan.
Ew.
As in, like, fairies?
Yes.
Yeah. Faye. That is somehow much scarier than Infernal or anything. I expected it to be. Yikes.
No, is Zero going to speak up about that?
I mean, I'm sure it's nothing that Jarhat doesn't already know.
Regardless, Sunny has been, despite escaping, which I've been told that you also had a hand in.
What?
Not really.
Indirectly.
Yeah, like we didn't. I forgot who was there that day. Was it Chris that was in? It was somebody that was like I think restrained in the back of a ye old cop car or something. And I remember Sunny got out from like the transport, right?
What?
Or if it wasn't Sunny. It wasn't Sunny. It was a kid that worked for Sunny.
Was that the kid that Zero murdered?
No, I did murder a kid, but that kid that was involved with Sunny, because I remember his eyes did the thing, right, Simon? Like the yellow eyes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that much, but no. The only other encounter I can think of was when there was a kid in the back of some kind of carriage or transport. I don't know. And I want to say it was either with Chris. Maybe me. I don't think it was me though. I think it was Chris.
There was a kid that grabbed the key from guard and then left. And we like it was a bunch of, I guess.
Yeah, because that's when
Arrested
Chris got
people,
incarcerated. That's when Chris got incarcerated with Pratchell.
What, when we first came here?
Yeah, there was a brief encounter with Chris in some kind of carriage transport thing with a child, and he snuck out. I don't know if that was Sunny, but I do recall it having something to do with Sunny. It was one of Sunny's kids, if not directly Sunny. I don't think it's Sunny, right? We didn't meet Sunny yet.
Yeah, I don't think we met him. I think it was one of his disciples.
Well, Sunny, unless he's using some sort of anti-aging magic, would be an adult, not a child, right?
That's assuming he's mortal.
I believe he has transcended age at this point. Sonny was around when I was still in the first few years of leadership. He had the body of a 16-year-old child. When he escaped only last year, he had the body of a 16-year-old child.
Ah, he's one of those cases.
Yes.
Wait a second.
That sounds almost like he made a deal for immortality, selling the soul or something. Which is interesting, because I wonder how a corrupted soul, through the means of like a devil, would interact with a corrupted soul of the invaders.
Well, chances are we're not going to be able to see Sunny's struggle against the invaders if he's keeping himself this well hidden.
He may not be on this plane.
And Sonny rarely acts himself, unless to make a show of it. He has a history of using urchins and children to do his bidding. Impossible to tell from the children until it's too late. And we can't very well go arresting every child we see on the street. Even if we could, they would have no memory of what happened.
Does he target those particularly less fortunate?
Yeah, he did say that he's, he used like the orphanage as a pretense.
Has there been any cases of problems in orphanages around the world, not just Selnia?
Respectfully speaking, I tend to keep my matter on larger schemes and not the going-ons about the orphanages in other cities.
Possible
It's
that
true. Fairhaven didn't have anything going on.
it's possible now that he's escaped, there could be recruitment operations.
Honestly, Sunny seems small potatoes compared to the looming threats we have currently on hand.
Yeah, honestly, for now that is the case. No, even Giskin is, but... Well, we have ulterior motives for that one.
Giskin's a matter of principle for me. If you were to bring him in alive, I would be most appreciative. Not that I have much place to send him anymore.
How much do you want for him?
Wait, you can't? What happened to Black Harbor?
Black Harbor is fine. Not productive, but fine. He used to be the favorite spot.
You'd like to fill up Teague with people who make honest work pay rather than slave wages or slavery in general. It was pretty bad up there. I don't know if you ever saw it firsthand, but the Arbiter was fucked up.
And
I'm
it
aware of
wasn't
the
particularly.
reports.
wasn't particularly completely under the control of the Arbiter either. There was other involvement, particularly through Lipat wanting to gain, I guess, some control over it.
Everything you're telling me makes me regret not sending the ships.
Wait, what ships?
The ships that were on the way.
What? Does he mean, like, did he already call it off while we were speaking? What?
He's going to eventually.
Oh, okay. No,
That was
it'll
in
be fine.
That was in
It's-
the past.
Yeah, Teague is open for business. You know, it'll be a city. It'll be the Bastion, the first foray into Thane for scholars and expeditions. It's going to be, well, assuming they can brave the cold, better.
Riley, I don't think we need to share any more information with him.
I mean, that's just the reality of the situation.
I know that, but it's more so of... I just don't think he needs it.
Final point of order, then.
To amend what they said earlier, the reason Lipat wanted it was because of the Grand Arbiter. With him out of the picture, they no longer have interest in it. It's no longer an issue.
Yeah, we don't like the Brexits.
I would hope not. Is there anything you can share about these invaders? Any of their types?
I have a question. How much do you want for Giskin?
What?
I was under the assumption we were under a semi-mutual partnership now.
I didn't agree to that. I agreed to the one exchange of the Dawnflare in exchange for you calling off your fleets.
Oh, Zero, don't be so hostile.
What if we get
Not being
you
hostile.
Sunny?
No,
No.
we don't have leads on Sunny. We have leads on Giskin.
We have some.
No, we
leads.
really don't.
Fucking Brian
This-
did see this open quest at the beginning of the game. He's like, far ahead to check this shit off. God, I've had this since level 2. Good God, it's been my quest log the entire time.
This
My-
place is
my-
the lead.
My issue right now, it's not so much that I'm trying to be hostile, it's more so that I don't feel it's fair to keep giving and giving more information when you've given us very little in regards to what you know and the technology you've found.
An information exchange, then.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a much of an exchange anymore. We've already given you a lot. Received very little.
What do you wish to know, then? You're already aware of all of our dirty laundry. Not all of it.
What don't we know?
The flesh mass that rolled out of Calbe. The one that regrettably was uncontained afterwards. I'll admit, that is... I do not regret the operation, but I do regret the aftermath. That is not the first encounter we've had with a type of creature.
Well, I wonder what he could be referring to. The Zodiacs don't know.
Zodiacs don't know.
What?
I-
There's more of them?
I actually have a question.
Yes?
What happened after the Bosmazok layer?
Is out of question or in character? Or in or out of character?
That's in character.
What happened to the Mosmazok lair?
Or like, yeah, what happened?
Oh yeah, because you gave him the location, right?
Yeah, location of a pillar.
He sort of goes. He coughs. So he goes. Oh Jesus, hold on. Christ. I just realized that probably didn't pause on the recording. Maybe it did.
Oh, yeah, we didn't hear anything. But
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, like I'm muted to cough. That's all.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But he sort of goes. We have been studying the pillar, incomplete as it is. We have avoided touching it physically. But for the time being, it is stable. We have not attempted to cast anything into it yet, but we have been studying its molecular structure. It is glass, pure glass, but it's almost alive. It bristles microscopically. Any notes of Mazmazak has been rifled through, and many of it is notes about the pillar, but I'm sure nothing you haven't already seen firsthand. For now, location is a black site, kept off the books, with the Greys notably in charge.
I also have another question. Are we the only people in this room right now? The people that we can see?
No?
Is there a gray in here?
Yes.
Oh, wow! I'm surprised I didn't notice.
And on the rubble, at this point, Jesus, hold on. Christ, my lungs. His voice is murdering me slowly inside. From the rubble, Chris, where you first detected that illusionary magic, invisibility is going to wear off eventually anyway. A gray, the first one you've ever seen, actually, like originally. The long armored gray robes, reminiscent of any other gray, but slightly more adorned than the other ones, I guess. Not by much, but you can see the figures kind of sitting on the rubble, scarred up, dark skin beneath the mask. She kind of just has like around her knuckles are a series of silver or platinum claws, I suppose. Long hooked claws, reminiscent of talons or like of a bird of kind, and she's just sat there. I trust you understand I had to take precautions.
Oh no, fully.
But yes, that is what remains of the Mazmazak hideaway.
Can you answer my question from earlier? You started to about the creature.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
For-
Another one of those. What?
There was a rogue scholar that found I suppose a similar puddle of flesh somewhere in the jungles of Haura, at least according to his notes. He has since fled the scene, but he brought with it a sample and has begun experimenting with it beneath one of the factories in the cogworks section. I called in a small team of gatherers to investigate the smell, rooted out a source of corruption within the Black Harbor, but in the process have found all the experiments he has conducted beneath.
Many of the creatures were mad, according to the gatherers, but they were killed all except for one, which seemed to be semi-lucid. It goes by the name of Failure. Not by our choice, but that is what it calls itself. And we do not wish to give it an identity crisis, so we call it Failure as well.
Did we ever learn that the Body Father called itself the Body Father, or was that just something that you tacked on after?
That was something I tacked on.
Okay.
You kind of just showed up and you killed it, really.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it didn't have a chance to introduce itself.
Well, we know that they can name themselves because we have one in a fucking pyramid, but do we tell him that?
And
No.
No. Well, yeah, well, it's yeah, because it's in Narset.
Well, I mean, not about the pyramid, but, about the fact that we have experienced this.
I'm trying to get an idea. Are you guys under agreement that we're allies with him now? Because I'm still not there with him. Like, I'm
Not
really
allies, but not enemies.
I don't feel comfortable giving him so much information. Not because I'm like, no, it's secret. He doesn't need to know it. It's more so I don't like him knowing how much we know. Because I haven't seen any change in his behavior yet. He hasn't had the opportunity to show any change in
I guess
any
that's
of the
fair.
things that we've laid out in front of him and he's asked us, what can I do? We haven't given him time to do those things yet. So I'm like, until we see an active change to make effort, I'm like, I'm not on reasonable enough terms with him that I'm willing to reveal to him everything we know.
Okay, fair enough.
Are there more secrets to this place? I mean, this orphanage.
From our inspection, the main, I suppose, landmark is this runic inscription here. Seems to be the origin of everything that Sunny is.
And in a language or some sort of magical scripture that none of us are familiar with.
Yep, Sylvan.
Sylvan? Oh, like the Fae?
It seems to denote a Fey origin, yes, but what exact creature? We are still not sure.
Well, hold on. Wouldn't this be very easily solved if you used, what was the elephant's name? The elephant statue?
Oh, Relin the Elephant Elementalist.
Yeah, that one. The elephant elementalist. He could probably take you to one of the planes where there's plenty of Fae, no?
He frequents the elemental planes. He has no qualms traveling to other ones, but he prefers not to.
Not even for the sake of finding a criminal, huh?
We cannot force any of the gatherers to undertake jobs.
Fair enough.
I'd be willing to go to a plane.
Have any of you actually been to a different plane yet? I actually don't know.
No.
I don't think so.
Nope.
Have I not either? Not even when I went to go meet with,
Daxian?
yeah.
I think that was
Death
like
boy.
Limbo.
No, not when
Oh,
I
no,
died. When I met
no.
with him back in my...
The one shot, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, because he came out into the real world. You didn't go in.
Oh.
Are you sure I didn't go in?
Yep.
No, that checks out.
Yeah. I
There,
remember
what you're
describing-
thinking of is the hallucination you had in Calbe, where you destroyed his contract and got signed with like the Cerberus or whatever.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
don't know.
I remember him ripping a portal out and then him stepping out. Briefly. And then he yeeted himself back in.
Right, so more about this failure then. Uh, is it... How large is it? Is it powerful?
It possesses great strength, but not keen of intellect. It yearns for a brain.
Yeah. After seeing what a brain did to those flesh things, maybe don't give it one.
We have not yet. It
Yet.
has a very short memory. It remembers nothing except its own name and the events of its previous lives.
Bleak.
It is contained and docile for the most part. We have been feeding it a diet of fish and hunting scraps. But my inquiry is, you have fought something similar. What other characteristics in a different environment does it exhibit?
Well, for one, it was an entire flesh mound, a flesh forest, really. And it used magic to make itself blend in. But it was, I don't know, the size of this entire district. And it commanded everything within it. And on top of that, it possessed great magical prowess. It basically made Chris an invalid for a solid while there. So yeah, don't let that thing have a brain. Bad idea.
This is good information. Spellcasting, which would imply a sense of intellect.
It was a large, I guess, illusionary magic. Illusionary magic throughout a large radius.
And it seemed to have a personality?
It had quite a superiority complex, yes.
Which implies a need to evolve, or at least a capability to learn.
Yeah, again, don't give that thing a brain. If it grows one on its own, fine. Don't give it one. Oh? Does this person have something to say?
Nope, I just forgot to put her up on the map. You know, in case you try to assassinate the Prime Minister.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just goes,
These constructs. What can you tell me about them?
As arms of the invader, they are, fuck, what were they? Receiver is the new name. What was the old name?
Just
No, I think
constructs.
receivers was the old name.
No, receivers are the new
Is
name.
it? Oh,
Yeah,
like the
because
race
they
name? Oh, right,
received the
okay.
soul. Yeah.
I think we just called them
Oh.
constructs.
No, they were not. They were something else. The
damn.
apparatus.
Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, damn, 3 of you, none of you remember? Fuck.
I'm sleepy. Leave me alone.
They're known as the apparatus. They seem to connect to some sort of centralized database in order to beam back information from. Do we know it to be called central server?
That's what it's been called, at least.
Yeah, okay. What is known as central server, which we believe is on the moon. Or is the moon? We don't know yet. Either way, it's the home base for the enemy.
Central server.
It seems to be where they get their commands from. They've been waiting for one for a while. We can only imagine they have not received any commands because the moon is frozen in stasis right now.
Frozen in stasis?
That's what this whole thing hinges on. The day of reckoning will be the day that the eclipse happens, and we can no longer directly view the image of the moon. That will allow it to move of its own accord once more.
I see. Even with our great leaps and bounds in technology, we cannot prevent a solar eclipse. So the constructs must receive a centralized command. So what happened if that command were overwritten or a new central server appeared?
It's not outside the realm of possibility. I will say that the method is quite dangerous still, which is most of our hang-ups on what you've done with them. They could very well be beaming back information to central server right now, and we would have no way of knowing.
I have a question.
Yes?
What all have you seen of what we've been doing? We know that you've been watching us, and at some point, one of your Greys managed to infiltrate our teleportation in our home. If we're talking transparency now, trying to build trust, what have you seen?
Honestly, not much.
I would like to insight that.
Make an insight check.
I mean, that's basically as good as it gets.
Yeah. You get the sense that he is kind of frustrated when he says that. Which implies to you that maybe there's a kernel of truth to that.
To your credit, you have been quite adept at sussing out attempts at espionage quite quickly. The main method we were able to use to track your going-ons was the aftermath of the things you were doing, i.e. the Arbiter. And following that thread...
So the footprints we leave behind.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing for Calbay thing. You guys left footprints, and so you were traced back here. So it's not so unthinkable, so unconceivable, that our actions could reverberate as well. I mean, most of the mainland already knew what we had done, but a few days after it had happened.
The Arbiter was a well-connected man. Even beyond Altus, he had dealings with Arius. A communicative man.
A what?
Communicative.
Ah, communicative, I see.
So if he goes dark for several days, something was wrong.
I think he boasted that he was friends with everyone. All the leaders.
Yes, there was some kernels of truth to that. He was an exorbitantly wealthy man because of his connections to an infinite source of arcanium.
Infinite.
That's what he touted it to be.
Well, we haven't seen anything infinite looking there. We found a source of arcanium. Surely it will run dry one day.
What is this source of arcanium?
Without going into where exactly it is a dead titan. Turns out there's quite a few of them scattered around the continent.
I see. So the Arbiter was lying about Limitless.
Stands to reason, yes.
I should have suspected as much. Is there anything else you can tell me about anything?
Should we tell him about Dusamar?
The island?
The
floating island?
Yeah, the Project Thunderhead.
I would not.
No? Okay.
No, because as of right now, that is a weapon that we very well may have to use against him or something.
What about
I would warn him to get his airship out of fucking Dane. The apparatus one.
Oh.
I'll ask him in character. Do you have a name for that ship? That thing?
It is called the Quiet Curse.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to get it out of Thane.
I assume to not invade your privacy?
Not unless you want to lose it. Not as much to do with privacy as other reasons.
What other reasons?
Not worried about the privacy part.
What other reasons are you stating?
I will not state.
should we talk about the Rias involvement?
Rias involvement? You mean their lack thereof?
Difficulty?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That was Liz Ricaldi is the Silverwind. Yes. Which we just said that we don't want to do.
I voted not to mention anything about Duzamar or anything about
Oh no, not
Project
that.
Thunderhead.
The gun thing.
Oh, the Platinum Council? He would know about that.
Yeah, he probably knows all about that. Probably knows more about it than we do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a worthy question to ask him, because we probably don't have any grounds to ask Liz Ricaldi right now about it.
Not Liz Ricaldi, the other one. Lila Rosari.
Liar's area.
Then again,
Liz Ricaldi was going to make money off of that.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, but we never asked her any questions because she was already mad at me. Well, she was mad at us, but when I went to go speak to her, I knew that she was going to make profit off the guns. I didn't know where the guns were. I mean, I guess he might have already answered that question. He said the guns were supposed to be for civilians.
Yeah, he was trying to arm his civilians, to prepare. I'm sure there's truth in that. But it's probably only about half the truth. Doesn't matter, you guys blew that place up.
I don't like your use of you guys.
I wasn't there, and I didn't sign off on it.
I didn't sign off on that part.
There was a fiend.
Yeah, and who fucking summoned
Oh,
it?
right, a random fiend that just showed up. Great. Freak accident. It's freak accident could happen to anybody.
I should have left the window open. A fiend flew in.
Fuck, the stray gamma ray hit my Nintendo 64 cartridge.
The stray gamma ray. Okay. Have you any questions or inquiries with Jarn Hat while you still have him here?
No, I don't think so. I'm good anyway.
I don't think I have any. Because right now, on one hand, it's out of character. I wanted to warn him to get the one more time. What's it called? The quiet something, silent something.
Quiet curse.
Yeah, the quiet curse. I wanted to warn him to get the quiet curse out because I do believe it could be a good tool to be used in the future against the invasion. On the other hand, I am much more receptive to the receiver's suggestion to put it out of its misery.
Yeah, true.
Like, they want to put it out of its misery, and I won't stop them if they decide to do that. On the other hand, I also think that if the receivers got access to it, if we were able to get it and they got access to it, they might actually be able to do something good with it.
Right, so... Oh, God. Why don't we just bring that up, then?
Which part?
The...
It's hard. I really don't. I'm so fucking... I mean, go ahead.
We could say something like, listen... It's possible that we could improve the quiet curse and make it more ethical. I don't know.
Ethics? Jarn Hat and ethics?
Yeah, true. You're right. Yeah, this would just be a vanity project.
Plus, he's not going to be willing to give up something that he's invested probably that much time and resources into without more information. He's going to want to know about the receivers.
Yeah, true.
And that, I know personally, I'm not willing to negotiate that information right now because they're still so early on in their beginnings.
Yeah.
If something was compromised, that could mean the downfall of an entire race of people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay.
And that's why I'm also, like, hesitant to make allies with him because I'm like, oh, no. That's a big target point that I'm like, if I get the chance to take that from him, I will in a heartbeat, and we will immediately make enemies with him again.
I mean, knowing what we do about the receivers, we could just be like, hey, we made this executive decision under your nose to do the thing, and it turned out great! So, welcome the ship into your citizenry.
Into your citizenry.
I don't know. This is theory crafting.
You ever get your fucking Honda Civic like tuned up into the auto mechanic and applied for citizenship?
My car can vote now.
I think dogs should vote.
They should.
You put out all the ballots in a row and see which one it goes to.
That's right. The vote goes in the square hole.
Is there anything else major that again, like, I'm not in the business of giving him any more information without him giving us anything else, so is there anything else we need to ask him?
I don't think so. Nothing about Black Harbor, nothing about Steamline, nothing about relations between Rias.
What timeline do we want to give him for when we're going to go meet up with his ship? And
I mean,
take his
ideally, we
spies?
should do that as soon as possible, right? Because they need to turn around before they get blasted to smithereens.
Flavor blasted. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Killer Gaskin can not wait, but it's not as pressing. It's just money.
Yeah.
Okay, so we could do that today. Not like the session, but like today.
Yeah, D&D today.
Yeah. D&D today.
Yeah.
You know, just another 4 months pass IRL, 2 days pass in game.
Yep. Chris still at half hit points.
Yeah.
Chris is like, can we please just get a day in?
He's been at half
There
health
are-
since May, I think.
Yeah.
There are weeks where nothing happened and days where weeks happen.
That how it would be. Man, we do yip yap it all this on this game, huh?
We do be yip yapping.
Hey, you want to go fight like a level 1 goblin so we can level up?
A rat runs across the floor of the orphanage.
Mine stab.
Mine.
Make an attack roll.
I don't need to. It's a rat.
Make an attack roll.
I have a plus 12 to my. This isn't something Riley would do anyway.
Make an attack roll.
No,
I'm not asking.
I'm not attacking anything while there's in this room while there's tension here and here and here and probably over here too.
I am the tension.
Okay, Walter White.
Okay. There's no other final inquiries for Mr. Prime Minister Obama, Kirill Jarnett. He sort of just looks at you all. I hope someday... I just hope we survive this.
Yeah, that's priority number 1 at present.
I'll call via ship. Ships. The sea fleet will continue until you parley with them.
You'll let them know we're on our way though, yeah?
Look for a white dragon.
That is indeed us.
That's a question. How long have you known about the dragon? Not that it's easy to hide. I just want to get an idea of timeline.
Semi-recently.
Wait, only recently?
It was around when you waltzed into the city and got arrested. And I made the agreement with Chrysostomus over there. It was around that point I began putting more eyes to keep track of your whereabouts.
Oh, that was over a year ago then, never mind.
What are your thoughts on that?
That you are exceptionally dangerous individuals, and it frightens me that you have no affiliation with any central body.
Because we can't be regulated.
Yeah, no, that's quite literally his whole point, where it's like,
Yeah.
you are world-ending levels of individuals that answer to no one but yourselves.
Right.
And he's like, this scared the shit out of me.
Well, in the end, I'll let you in on a little secret. I am but a humble fisherman. This destiny was thrust upon me, completely unaware until recently. So when this is all over, I'm going back to fishing. Oh, the door's not open. Door is open.
Riley goes up to
Wait,
push
actually-
a pull to
wait,
push a pull door.
Hold on, Riley can't open door. He's a nothing.
This is true. You
Zero.
gotta open the door, like, oh, fuck.
Hey, Zero, can you open that door for me?
Wait,
Miss
Mislead Al lasts for an hour, right?
Yeah.
So Mislead's actually basically almost up.
Where is his?
I'll ask out loud. I'll be like, "Are we done here?"
I suppose so.
Okay.
Where's his actual body now?
Somewhere in the fucking streets.
I'm gonna turn to Jernhat and ask him, do you have eyes and sound?
Not currently.
Get eyes and sound. Get them into Miari or Medea. Simon, did Kyle ever specify to me which city Len was in, or was it both?
It was both.
Okay.
The entire dogma centers around like the entirety of Sant, pretty much.
But we asked Fentu what was up, and they didn't see anything wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the major cities right now where the people are. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn to him before we leave, and I'm gonna say, get eyes in Miari and Medea, and you'll see.
If you really want the quiet curse out of Thane, I could have it there within 2 days.
That's
It's probably that's an interesting application. May as well, right?
an interesting application of what?
The quiet curse.
What is?
Sending it to the Twin Cities.
Oh. Oh, he's saying. Sorry, I thought he was jumping to a different negotiation point. He's saying he would send it to Miari or Medea.
Correct.
I thought you were making a 9/11 joke.
No, I wasn't.
Sending a plane to the Twin Cities.
Oh,
Mr. President, a second airship has hit the city.
I'm gonna get flagged on YouTube and be like, yo, inappropriate content. Okay, but as business is concluded, with Kirill Jarnheim begins to walk towards the door. As does his entourage.
I'm gonna wink at the gray.
She just looks at you. No change in her emotion at all.
That's fine.
Okay. As he exits the building, kind of just wordlessly leaving, to be honest. No goodbye or anything, you just like, pieces, yo.
I mean, we'll fucking see each other again. This isn't the end.
Whether you like it to or not. And they keep going. They keep going until eventually they go. Until they hit the edge of the loading zone and they just disappear.
Riley will turn to the group. Actually, Riley will just simply turn to Zero and be like, "Hey, Zero, he's gonna like try and like just slap them essentially. I'm not real. You guys are gonna have to find me. I'm somewhat on the path."
Riley disappears in this exact instant after an hour passes.
Poof.
Excellent.
also, there's magic stuff in that room over there.
Oh, now you tell.
Illusions.
Whatever's here, I think, just to preserve the relative diplomacy that we showed today, I would not delve any deeper into it personally. If he put something there, it was for good reason. I'm sure they've already stripped this place bare of anything it was hiding, any secrets, or at least anything obvious, like something magic blatantly laying in the room. It's probably something he planted. We should not mess with it.
Did we get out the store?
Oh yeah, I guess we have free reign to explore this place. Man, fuck, of course I had to poof out of existence.
Yeah, you're somewhere else now.
Yeah.
You come to
If
our
I
cities.
explore, are there really, like, everyone's gone? Or are the guards still here?
The guards are still here.
Yeah, 'cause
Like-
I'm assuming we're not allowed to just be still in Solnia, just unguarded. They're gonna keep watching us. We might as well dip. As for fighting Riley, I don't know about all that, man.
I mean, he'll start making his way over. It's not like he forgot where this fucking place is, unless there were twists and turns.
Yeah.
That's a fucking window.
Riley, make a perception check.
Making perception check.
This is with your real
Perception
life
check.
flesh
That's
body.
a closet.
Yeah.
God damn it, that's a closet.
Sup, dude? I see everything. What's up?
You do.
Unless you want to use that 11 right now and make me not see everything, but
No.
it's still a 26.
Why would I do that? You see above you a gray that is looking down at you with a sword, like ready to just Assassin's Creed like dive attack onto you. Seemingly they're aware of your location.
Hey, I'll look up them and be like, it's fine. Negotiations went well.
The funny part is, you can see the gray up there. You can see only a couple feet away a dark shadow with kind of like silvery hair, waiting to pounce on the gray.
It's like, wait, it's all stealth. It always has been.
Always has been. It's like what's the meme of like the fucking dude in church with like someone pointing a gun at their head and then someone
That's
behind them
exactly
pointing a
it.
gun at their
Trust
head.
nobody, not even yourself.
Yeah, there's this domino effect of stealth attacks that was about to happen.
I'll turn to the gray again and be like, yeah, it's fine. Negotiations went well. Also, I've been here like forever. You could have ended me at any point, and I wouldn't have been the wise.
Yeah, the gray above, you can kind of just hear in a faint whisper. Not my orders.
Fair enough. Well, everything's wrapped up. I'm gonna go towards that building and meet up with the other real bodies now.
Okay,
I'm surprised Claudine noticed him do that.
Do what?
Disappear into what's the thing that I used? Mislead? Like, how did she know?
She has pretty good perception.
Actually, yeah, what was my stealth roll for that? I forget.
It was pretty high.
It was sleight of hand. What was it?
It was
27?
20,
She would've- It was 27.
27 sleight of hand. Oh, I defer to do mislead.
Yeah.
Yeah, 23 stealth to escape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sleight of hand was to not be noticed casting a spell. The stealth was how well you're actually hiding.
I see. So she fucking found me even though I was invisible.
Yeah. Like she spotted a gray looking down at something. It was like, yep.
The fucking gray noticed me? God damn it, man.
Look, they got a lot of magical items on them. Alright. One of them is something they can see invisibility. Or at least a spell they can do it, actually. Okay. But as you all filter out of the building, the trap that Azek smelled unsprung. Whereabouts are you going now?
Well, ideally, they meet up with Riley so that he can be teleported with them. Because I can't teleport on my own.
Yeah. Eventually, you can all find it, meet up with each other, especially as everyone's filtering out of the building. Eventually, all of the guards get the message that the meeting's over and they don't need to, snipe someone anymore.
Is the Gray still with Riley? When me and Chris meet up with him?
You can see them, like, somewhat in the distance. As Riley's walking towards you, you can see, like, a little, The Greys are pretty easy to spot when they'll let you be spotted. Or, well, yeah, when they'll let themselves be spotted.
Well, I mean, we've got a few trips that we need to make. First, we gotta go make sure them boats turn around. And then we gotta give Goneg his stuff. And then we gotta go fight pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow.
Okay. So where are you teleporting?
Probably to the dragon first, because we'll have to take the dragon to meet the boat.
True.
Okay.
Where is Where
The
is...
dragon's flying towards Keelhaul Island.
Oh, right.
Because none of you have anything
Yeah,
to Keelhaul
we do
Island.
need to pick up the dragon, though. This is correct.
Yeah, so we can land somewhere, hopefully, and pick up, like, a scrap of something to teleport us back to that area maybe next time, and then we'll have to teleport with him back to Thane and do the
Does,
ship thing.
Does Bruce count as something from Keelhaul?
No, I would imagine not.
What about his clothes?
Didn't he throw his clothes away?
Yeah, he did. Because he's wearing Janna's clothes right now.
Yeah, he's wearing booty shorts and a little top that says "God won't let me die." Okay, but you all teleport aboard the dragon. Yeah, you arrive. They tell the alarm system you installed doesn't set off. But you are, quote unquote, home in the middle of the noon. As you look out.
Is Claudine here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually all meet up. Yeah, Claudine just sort of says, I was staring at this one guy for like an hour.
Oh, yeah, I think that guy was the same guy who was staring at me for an hour.
Oh, I know.
And he did such a good job.
I'm honestly a little disappointed that nothing kicked off.
Well, we made damn sure it didn't.
I don't know, I just felt fun fighting these gray dudes. You're not curious what they can do?
Oh,
I'm
I
curious as
am.
hell.
But I just, I don't know.
Yeah, starting a brawl with the
it's
Greys
different
in the city, probably not a great idea.
You know there was like 9 snipers outside too.
Yep, Zero, let us know.
Yeah, snipers. Nice rifles. You want one?
When did you get the time?
Look. Well, I had an hour. So.
But were you not checking the guy who was checking me the whole time?
Oh yeah, the second thing I did.
What did you take?
His gun, his hat. I think I have a locket with his like a little picture of his wife and kids.
Oh my god!
It was made of platinum.
I've never seen that
that.
that John Mulaney stand up where he said like he went to high school with a guy who would go to house parties and he would steal family photos out of the family albums, and John asked him, "Why do you do this?" And he was like, "Because it's the one thing they can't replace."
Oh my god, that's so dark. I mean, they kind of probably could, especially in the digital age. But it would be a pain in the ass.
That's what she reminds me of.
Now you upload your family photos to a company's cloud server. Yeah, but Claudine pulls out this pretty long rifle with a really long scope on it. Anyone want dibs?
Oh, what is the manufacturer?
I don't know. I don't really know guns.
I
Did I
call
discern?
dibs not because I want to use it, but because, again, I'm not gonna declare any kind of allyship with Sylnia, especially when I still have a fuck ton of their guns. I do still plan on just giving to Calbay.
The one thing they're afraid of, it's like people with their technology, and it's like, I'm gonna give people their technology.
Yeah, so I'm not signing any treaties anytime soon. So I mean, if we have a single sniper rifle to go with the other, whatever other kind of guns we have, I think that could be beneficial. I do think, like, that is something I want to do, and I do think it's something that needs to be done now, so at least the guns that we do have can begin getting distributed. and they can begin using them and training with them and stuff like that. But if they can manufacture their own or find a way, that would be cool. I think we should first. I know Riley didn't really have any horse in that race, and I don't know if Chris cared either about giving guns to Cowboy, but I would like to do it at some point before we lose any more time before the big fight. And I would like to present it to the leaders in Cowbay first and ask them if I may, and then after that we could give it to them to begin distributing to their soldiers or whatever. And then I wanted to give some to that one single blacksmith guy that we met. I'm sure there's other blacksmiths in Cowbay, but he's the NPC that we met, so I'm like, I want him to have it.
I had a gun commission for Ezra, but I was also thinking that we could use those guns for arming Teague.
We could. That's true. I mean, there's no one to arm Teague with right now, though. Like, there's no arms. Right? It's like people, bodies. And with the Dawn Flare about to be gone, there's not going to really be much to guard left right now. The only reason I wanted to give it to Cowbay was because Cowbay is the underdog in this fight. And again, dealing with a country like Altus. I'm sorry, I keep calling the country Sylvania, that's my bad. Dealing with a country like Altus and already having history and beef with them, I wanted to give them some of them. Maybe give some to fucking Narset too, honestly, because we have a lot of them. But I want to even the playing field against Altus and the already existing nations, where I felt less inclined to arm Teague because we don't have the manpower, and we also don't have any reason for them to be guarding anything right now. Like,
What about the charges?
what charges?
The explosive devices.
I mean, from the discussion we had today, it seems like they're going to want everything back. I don't think we're going to keep them. I didn't want to give them back originally, but if that's what it's going to take to get him to fuck off, I'm willing to give it back to him. And maybe in the future we can discuss getting something like that to use from Sylnia if they have anything else like it. But I think after negotiation was already done, they're probably expecting to get every piece of the Dawn Flare back, and they're going to be upset if we don't send those back.
Understandably.
Okay, but what is everyone else doing?
Well, nothing for now. Waiting for things to happen. We're probably gonna teleport to T? I don't know what the order of operations is now. It's not really in my hands though.
I mean, yeah, now that we're on the dragon, I guess we would teleport from here to Teague. What is Polaris above right now? Like, are we above? I know we're flying to Keel Hall, but I'm saying, like, are there any, like, land masses we can take a stone from real quick and save our progress?
Oh yeah, there's literally, there'd be a dressing named after this in the future called the Thousand Island Dressing. Look outside, there's like 1,000 islands out there. In the daytime, they're much more visible than at night, where they kind of blended in with the dark. Daytime, there's so many islands you could land on. Mostly small, but like, good God, so many.
Just take a pebble.
Yeah, can we land and take a pebble?
Yeah. Yeah, you land, you get swallowed by a giant snapping turtle. Yeah, land. You can scoop up some sand. Nice yellow sand beaches.
Pocket sand?
Pocket some sand, if you like. Okay.
I still have that pocket sand drug. I haven't blown in anyone's face, but I'll save it for a rainy day.
There's a half part of me I was expecting you to just drug the Prime Minister. It's just like negotiations going poorly. Drugs.
You have no faith in me. You're so mean.
I just thought it'd be funny, I thought. Okay. There, as you sort of like mill about the dragon, get players to land, you do see a trail of soap and bubbles leading from the bathroom to Janna's room.
Oh, right. That thing.
That thing is crazy.
We're just gonna let that be, honestly.
Yep. You
Yep.
see a trail and like, nice.
Yep. Get fucking clean, asshole.
I'm not gonna check on him.
Yep. Just two closed doors, a bubble trail. It's like, shit's happened.
Do we hear anything?
Nope.
He could be dead. He could be dead right now.
Dead.
Whatever, just another thing to clean.
The bubble drake could have surmised that the only way to clean him properly was to kill him and rid the world of his existence. He's just drowned in the bathtub right now. Yeah. Also, Umbra's still missing, by the way.
Stop! No, that's what I'm doing right now, and I'm gonna tell Isaac to help me.
Make an investigation check.
And I'm gonna also pressure Claudine to help me.
Yeah, Claudine will help with her massive perception.
Wait, hold on.
She rolled a natural 20.
Good. She should be doing all the work. It was her fault. Hold on. I have to pull my shit back up. Hold on.
And then it turns out it was in the monster pocket the whole time.
Wait.
Did you check the sink?
Investigation?
Yep. Okay. Isaac wants to make a perception check if you want to.
Yeah. He got a 14.
Okay. Yeah. With a 29 perception of Claudine, Claudine goes to the kitchen and notices a small red stain. Very, very small speckles. It's kind of like on the the floors, by the cupboards. And it kind of trails off into the pantry. Just speckles of red.
Okay. We go to the pantry?
Okay. As you open up the pantry, you see the red trail turns into a red puddle, and in the middle of it, a very rotund, spiky rodent, not moving.
I pick him up.
Pick him up. He is limp and sticky.
What did he get into?
With your investigation check, make a medicine check, actually.
Oh no!
Natural 20 medicine check. He is fine. With investing check and medicine check, he is unconscious. He's also more rotund than before. The red isn't blood. You can see these little jars of like open cups of strawberry jam. And he just passed out in like a giant sugar crash in the middle of the pantry.
Where's that picture? Where's that picture of that corgi? The corgi.
That wasn't our fucking jamming jam, was it? I
No,
don't
we
know why
used
we'd
that to
be keeping that in the
teleport.
kitchen.
We used it to teleport to what's it called?
The jam?
The jamming jam?
No, the strawberry jam.
I know, but you're talking about Gonig's jam, right?
Yeah, but where did we get the strawberry jam from?
We just have nice things in our house, Riley. We have snacks, we have food, we have things.
Claudia looks at the bag and is like, where the fuck's my strawberry jam? I keep that for bread when it's tasteless at taverns.
Riley understands two things. We have fish and we have tomatoes. Anything else? Where the fuck did that come from?
He's like, I didn't buy this. Where'd this come from? It apparated from God's will. Yeah, but you have a very... yeah, that's it. That's pretty much exactly the scene you come across, actually.
No, my son.
Is this corpse surrounded in red liquid. It's just a passed out, like, little rodent.
My boy. I cradle him. I hold him. I care for him.
Yeah, and eventually the boy wakes up, bleary-eyed, just sort of licking the lips. Those all sticky.
I spend my time giving my boy a bath.
Yeah. Which means you have to go to the bathroom. Where the trail
Fine.
is.
Fine.
Yeah. You see, following the bubble trail, you see the bubble trail turns from a trail into a puddle, and in the center of it, a passed out unconscious Bruce.
Oh my
His
God.
shirt halfway up the torso, the booty shorts halfway down the cheeks, face down, clean, and also his will has been broken. He did not pass out a sugar rush, he just passed out.
I ignore him. I walk over his body.
Yeah.
I do not check for a pulse. I walk past him.
Yeah, you care not for this man's well-being.
I care not.
Is he still dirty?
No, he's actually not. He's immaculately clean. He's super shiny, actually. It's actually unnerving. He's almost like porcelain. You see the corner, you see like a very exhausted Bubble Drake with like a towel over his head, like his neck like sitting on a stool looking like he just completed 12 rounds of a fucking MMA fight.
Damn, this gnome has hands.
Yeah, but you clean off Umbra, who is as limp as can be, like very, very weak. And very, very happy.
I'm going to turn to Claudine and be like, what did we learn?
That I should hide my strawberry jam somewhere else.
What else?
There's a second lesson?
Well, there has to be, because there's spooky music.
This is
Yep.
a baby. This is a baby boy. This is on how we care for the baby boy. Do I need to enchant the collar so we know where he is at all times? Is there not just a bell? Should we just get him a bell?
I feel like if we got him a bell, it'd be annoying if whenever he escapes. He likes to escape.
Just take some hair.
Have you considered not letting him escape?
Should I get a cage?
I don't want to put him in a cage.
Well, it can't
You
be.
guys have Monster Pocket. That's like a cage, but comfy.
There's pellets in there.
I'm gonna let him rest for now outside the pocket because he did me a scare. I'm going to go to my room and look after my son.
Giving Umbra or Chris some of Umbra's physical components might be actually weirdly a good idea. No matter where he is, he can teleport back.
Wait, is that his like monster locate spell? Or
Yeah, this is 7th level spell. To essentially bring back your pet.
A worthy endeavor, a worthy cause.
Or
Sure.
Tannen.
Or Tannen. You do have Tannen's hair, I think.
So you can just bring him here? Okay.
Yeah. I can bring him anywhere we want.
Oh god, I just realized something you could do with fucking Monster Translocation, actually. You could
What?
kill anything that can't fly.
Oh my god.
As long as you get some part of their body.
Wait
Which
a
is the hard
second, that's
part.
genius. Dude, yeah. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna infiltrate Giskin's crew. We're gonna pat him on the back, grab his hair, teleport him dead.
Dead.
Can you imagine how horrifying that'd be? It's just like your leader, brutal leader, disappears. 30 seconds later, he falls from the sky and like, crashes against the floor. It's like, holy shit.
It'll be like Azazel from X-Men. Where he kind of does that, where he kind of just teleports, grabs people, and then drops them up from the sky.
It's effective, is it not?
Damn, we might have
Yeah.
found the way that we easy fight Giskin.
Well, assuming we can get a part of him.
Getting a part of him is the hard part. That's
You
the
could probably-
challenge of this.
I don't think it'll be too hard.
You have to get in, get a part of him, like a sizable chunk. Somehow get out, then then you're pretty much home free from there. And that's assuming he doesn't have anything else that can let him safely land.
I mean, that could be as easy as turning Azek into a rat. I'm just sending Azek in.
Suddenly I regret the application to the spell. Ever since they made it, it's been like, we've been finding ways to be like, oh no, we can do super legal shit with this thing. It's like, I meant for it to be like summon cool monsters, you know? Not, hey, we can kidnap world leaders if you give me straight of their hair.
Could be fun.
It'd be fun. Hey, we could drop anyone from the sky to fingerprintless kill anybody on the planet.
Could be fun. Could be fun.
What else was magic used for, man? If it's a little bit goofy, a little bit silly, it's worth doing.
Yeah. This is kind of the process of selling this stuff. It's like, hey, we know this intended use, but what if we try something else?
Maybe we're not so different.
Doing shady, illegal shit and thinking you're the ultimate authority? No. You'll get one experience.
Oh, is it end of session?
Basically.
Oh, okay.
Because, like, yeah, you have your the next step's gonna be teleport to Teague, right?
Probably.
Teague, meet up with the ship, and then you're gonna go assassinate a pirate lord. To quite
Yeah.
literally just rob him for no other reason. You don't have any other beef with him other than he has money.
Yeah, pretty much. It'd be
So
cool if we
get a
could
criminal off the
somehow-
streets.
Yeah, exactly.
Up the size. Get a Giskin.
You can
Yes.
throw him in the harbor.
His first
Yeah,
mate, the Icy Hot Twins.
I want a pet monkey.
Monkey.
You say with the most Monkey Island fucking sound song I've ever heard in my life. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, no fight.
What
But,
do you mean, unfortunately? It's fine. We'll make up for it with the Giskin fight.
yeah. Because, like, sure, probably independently, no one really there can stand up to you. Against a whole settlement? You could fight a whole settlement?
I think the plan of getting one hair is enough. This could actually be a fruitful endeavor. We'll find a way to get one hair. We'll kill Killer Giskin, and we'll see how hard the rest of his ship is after that. I'm not saying it won't be hard. I'm just saying, after the mages are done, who's left? The fucking, I don't know, the paper boy. I don't fucking know, man. Like, what? Are you really gonna keep fighting us, dude? Come on, your boss is dead.
Also, I mean, we don't have to kill him. Because Jarnhat kind of wants him in alive.
That's true.
Yeah. You also never really got to negotiate a reward for that either.
Who cares? Okay. The reward is we get all his money.
I mean, I'm willing to take more money, though, is the thing. If
Listen,
Jarnhat's willing to give
yeah.
us more money.
Yeah, here's the thing. Our goodwill reward from Jarnhat will be, we will take what you will give us, as long as it is not nothing.
Riley, how do I explain this? Money is used to trade for goods and services. I
You
would
don't
like
know
money.
this. I am a professional fisher salesman. I sell fish and fish accessories.
And fish accessories.
One XP, everybody.
Yep.
Y'all leveled up.
I'll prestige later.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
I am also very, very, very tired.